will need a little bit more dressing. There's a walking around the Tories. There's even some down far side. Some there. There. Yeah, just leave that. Just leave it over there. Okay. Just come up with something. The part's going to come up. Okay. Just see you from about here. Welcome. Yeah.
I don't even know how to use it.
Yeah, just take that back, Mark.
I don't even know how to use it. I panic when it rings.
I think it's just
that's
on there. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. It was. It didn't show through initially. I'm just trying to sweep this a little bit out. Oh, I see. Yeah, I thought it was just that little bit, but then we looked up and it's all the way around. 8. That was. There's a bit round there.
courtesy pilot. Is there anyone in the paddock who would like to have a multi-flyer for a torque wrench? Could you come see me at the paddock office, please? I've got a multi-flyer for a torque wrench. If you have one, could you come see me at the paddock office, please? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to Prescott Speed Hill Climb, home of the Bugatti Owners Club, for the latest round of the Midland Hill Climb Championship. Also featured in the programme today, we have the Classic Marques Speed Challenge, the MG Car Club Speed Championship, and the BARC Speed Championship as well. We're currently midway through first practice runs. We're scheduled to have second practice runs before lunch. And then after lunch, it'll be first time run followed by the top 12 runoff, and then the second time run followed by the second top 12 runoff. So lots of action ahead of us on the hill at the moment. It is one of the pilgrims. We've been marking commemorating the pilgrim mark this weekend here at Prescott, and this is Andrew Dinner in the pilgrim MP62 on the line, sorry, on the hill at the moment. On the line it's actually John Chalmers in the Rolt Formula 3 car, which will be getting away shortly. A 57.09, Charles Williams also in a pilbeam today. Quickest practice run so far, I think, is a 48.23 by Calvin Broad. Might just be quickest in his class, I'm not too sure at the moment. We'll pick that up in just a second. John Chalmers is on the hill now then in his Rolt. Just rounding the Torres. Up to Pardon, the left-hand hairpin, which he goes into now. Out of the way from there. Zachary Zammit has left the line on his first practice run in his Empire Wraith. Meanwhile, John Chalmers through the S's. And heading on up to semicircle, rounds that, and then it will be under the finish barrier. And a time of 50.85 for John Chalmers. Zachary Zammit in the orange Empire Wraith on the hill now. He's coming through the S's. He runs semicircle towards the line as Alex Coles leaves the start line in 8.71. The fourth TA as the Zachary Zammit puts in a 48.66. Alex Coles heads up towards the Torres, then that right-hand hairpin. Goes on up towards Pardon. So you can see that conditions are a little bit damp as he rounds the left-hander, and on up towards the S's. And then into semicircle. Looks like a good time for Alex as he comes to the finish line and does a 44.89. It is a good time then for Alex Coles as Roger Bayliss sits on the start line in the OMS Hornet. Just adjusting his harnesses by the looks of it. Make sure he is secure in that single-seater. Now we are all set for car 157 to get underway. And away he goes. A little bit sluggish off the line possibly there, but picking up speed now. Pardon. Heads on up the hill. I think that car is just a little off song at the moment. Morgan Jenkins is on the line at the moment in the Pilbeam MP97. As Roger goes under the finish banner, Morgan Jenkins heads away in the building. Rounding Torres, heading up towards Barden now. Out at the left hand hairpin on up, then into the S's. And into semicircle on up to the finish line. And the barrier he goes, and it is a 48.21 for Morgan Jenkins. And we see the lovely looking Austin A40 saloon car of Alan Caulfield heading out of Ettores. A bit twitchy there on the run up towards Barden. To the S's as a little further down the hill is Steve Sims in his Renault Clio 172 Cup car, just coming out of Barden. Alan Caulfield sets a time of 66.88 in the Bugatti Owners Club Handicap saloon car category. Steve Sims continues his way up the hill. He's into semicircle in that Renault Clio, and his time 60.82. As we see car 251 Neil Brogdon in his Peugeot 205 GTI. I think this is a 1.6 litre powered version of the iconic hot hatch, coming out of Barden, and on up he goes. To the S's then, as rounding Ettores is Andrew Till in his Honda Civic Type R GT. Neil Brogdon coming towards the end of his run does a 60.32 in the sports category of the Bugatti Owners Club Handicap. Andrew Till, meanwhile, on the hill in his Honda Civic Type R GT, 42.42 through the S's. I think that is a little bit further down the hill is David Hemming in his Renault Clio 182, car number 303. Into semicircle goes David Hemming in the Renault Clio, as lower down the hill is Simon Cox in his Austin Mini Ritz, immaculate looking original style Mini rounding Ettores. Out of Barden goes Simon, and in the Mini a little bit further back is Rob Guttridge in his Renault Twingo 133, car 306, who has come under the bridge, is now heading up towards that Ettores hairpin on the loop that was added to the Prescott course back in the 1960s, I believe, the early 60s. Away from the line goes Steve Mundy in his Ford Fiesta, 63.05 for Simon Cox in the Mini. Steve Mundy rounds Ettores. into Barden goes the Fiesta. Rob Guttridge in the Twingo has done a 63.17. No, that was an intermediate time, of course. His time is a 73.83. That's Rob Guttridge in the Twingo. Steve Mundy going well though in the Fiesta. John Cavendish just leaving the line in his MGB GTS as Steve Mundy round semicircle, goes on up to the line and does a 59.38. Meanwhile, John Cavendish in the MGB coming into Ettores now. Powers it away from there on up towards Pardon. The MGB rounding the left-hand hairpin at Pardon and on up he goes. Tom Margherossi out there in his Porsche Boxster S car 202. That's Andrew Wilcox car 203 is in the Caterham Super 7. He's rounding the Tories out of the Tories on up towards Pardon. Tom Margherossi does a 50. In fact, so that was an intermediate time, so we'll get there in a minute. So it's a 63.55 then, Tom Margherossi, running in the Bugatti Owners Club Handicap Sports Car section, of course. You know, Andrew Wilcox continues his way up in the Caterham Super 7 through the S's into semicircle and under the finish banner in 61.59. Second quickest on scratch times in his class, but of course it is a handicap class, so scratch times don't determine positions because they all have a handicap time to aim for. Nigel Cogram sitting on the line in his Westfield at the moment. So officials just checking something with Nigel. It looks like we're all okay to go. We still have a slight delay here. I'm not quite sure what the issue is at the moment, to be honest, but Nigel Cogram continuing to sit on the line in that Westfield. the SEIW version of the Westfield. They're on the start line. I think we might be about ready to go, possibly. And yep, we're all set to resume practice then, with Nigel Cogram leading the way then in that Westfield, and away he goes. Up to the line then comes car 300, Peter Lethbridge in his Caterham 7, as Nigel Cogram heads up towards Torres in the Westfield, rounds the right-hander and powers on up towards Pardon. And away then goes the Caterham as Nigel Cogram comes into the S's in the Westfield. Lethbridge there rounding Torres in the Caterham on up towards Pardon. He goes, as it looks like it's a 66.06 from Nigel Cogram in the Westfield. As out of Pardon goes Peter Lethbridge, off the line goes David Slade in the MGB GTS. As into the S's comes Peter in that Caterham 7. And on up towards semicircle. And about to go under the finish banner and sets a time of 61.14 as around Torres goes David Slade in the MGB GTS. Heads on up towards Pardon. And the left-hand hairpin and on up. Into the S's comes David, as the Alpine GTA of Tim Jeffrey is coming into Torres at the moment. 2:49 people looking Alpine. David Slade coming towards the end of his run in the MGB, as Tim Jeffrey sets rounds Pardon. 71.62 the time then for David Slade in the MG. Tim Jeffrey continues on up the hill. Tim Jeffrey does a 59.60 in the Alpine as one of our demo runners. Heads up the hill. It's probably one of the buildings that's on the hill, but I'm not too sure, unfortunately, which one it is. Just trying to look up that information. So the single seater heading under the finish banner. We have car 234 on the hill. And we about to get into our second runs, I believe. So away goes Claire Toth for her second practice run in the Lotus Elise. Into the S's Jim Hood, just getting underway in the Mazda MX-5, car 21, as Claire comes up to semicircle. And does a 58.96, yes, that is her final time. Jim Hood in the Mazda MX-5 is around the Tories on up to Pardon. A little bit of a twitch as he came into the left-hander between the Tories and Pardon. Claire improving on her first run time with that 58.96 compared to a 61.64 on the first run. Jim Hood meanwhile into the S's and looking as if he's really pushing fairly hard at the moment. Toth has moved up to third quickest as Thomas Cassie-Warrington is on the line, but the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Peter Dignan is rounding Ettores. Jim Hood has just done a 59.47 compared to a 65.72 on his first run. So conditions, I suggest, are probably improving on the hill at the moment. So Peter Dignan getting a little bit out of shape there in the Mark 1 Escort, but holds it all together, rounds in semicircle as the Reliant Scimitar SSI of Thomas Cassie-Warrington heads up towards Ettores and goes off into the gravel, just catches the barriers there, not too heavily. But red flags out, and Thomas Cassie-Warrington's run has come to a premature end, unfortunately. Well, I'm pleased to say Thomas is out of the Reliant and looking fine. He just managed to sideswipe the barriers a little bit, hopefully not too much damage done. Just locked up going in into the left-hander at Pardon and on the gravel and just catching the barriers there. So gives a thumbs up to spectators. And we're just waiting for the recovery vehicle to arrive, which is about to do, and then we can get the car moved.
so you might be, you get, sorry, I know, in, out, you might go back. Yeah, it's a little bit slippy. Do you want me to put that back in the car?
So recovery work continuing then on car 23, Thomas Cassie Warrington in that Renault Reliance Scimitar SS1 1.9 litre machine. He's running in the Classic Marques Speed Challenge, and our marshals, as ever, working hard to recover the vehicle without adding to any damage that's already been sustained on the car. They're just pulling him out now. Big thank you, as always, to all our marshals for their work, without which there would be no motorsport, well, anywhere in the world, in fact. And it's a great way to get involved in the sport. I've done it myself in the past and thoroughly enjoyed it, and I would strongly recommend it if you like your motorsport and you'd like to get that just that bit closer to the action. Well, marshalling is one good way to do it. If you think you might be interested, you receive full training, you'll be supported, you would never be left without an experienced marshal alongside you until you yourself have acquired sufficient experience. And you can find out more just how would one of our Orange Army, the marshals, perhaps at lunchtime, and they can introduce you to the Chief Marshal, and you can do a taster day and find out more about what's involved before you make a commitment to getting trained up as a marshal. So something worth considering if you are a motorsport enthusiast. Think about coming and marshalling with us, or any other venue in fact, but obviously we'd welcome you warmly here at Prescott as the Reliant makes its way back down the hill, running on the grass at the moment, just in case he's leaking anything, doesn't want to put it on the track. As BRMH16 says online, it hardly looks scratched, and let's hope that is the case. Next car about to be called up to the line then, so that we can get back underway with the second practice runs, still in the Classic Marques Speed Challenge. Car number 25 is the Mazda MX-5 of Cara Gordon. Red flags are in. And away goes the MX-5. Up to line car 27, that's Paul Holmes in his very nice looking Alfa Romeo 75. Cara Gordon then going up into the S's. Paul Holmes leads the line in the Alpha. Oh, and another unfortunate off at the S's. Not too heavy, I'm pleased to say, but spin and just kissing the barriers lightly there. The Mazda MX-5 of Cara Gordon. And red flags out once again, unfortunately. So red flags, as I say, back out on the hill. Hopefully it won't take too long to recover the MX-5, and then we can get back underway once again. Cara is out of the car, looking fine. Hopefully it's only light damage sustained to the Mazda. Just as she came into the S's, tail hang out the one way, then flicked round the other way and into the barriers she went.
Can you think of the damage that was done in the Isle of Man in front of it? I reckon we had the stage going in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
With the help of no official people.
They went on.
So we're just about ready to resume the practice runs, just waiting for the course car, supplied by Ford Cheltenham, big thanks to them. And it is back at the start line, so we are ready to get going. Next on the hill will be Ian Woolstencraft in the Ginetta, the G40 I believe it is. So yes, the G40R of Ian Woolstencraft just coming out of Pardon on towards the S's it goes. Paul Holmes also on the hill, car number 27, the Alfa Romeo 75, rounding Ettores currently. All these cars that we're currently seeing competing in the Classic Marques Speed Challenge. As Paul goes around Pardon, as Ian Woolstencraft does a 59.93 improvement on his first run time, which was a 62.56, so good improvement there for Ian. Gordon Pierce is on the hill in his Porsche Cayman S, heading up towards Pardon. Out of the left-hand hairpin. And a time of 64.65 for Paul Holmes. Big improvement on his first run for Paul. As Gordon continues up into semicircle, this looks like it'll be quite a quick time for the Porsche Cayman as he goes under the banner and does a 55.38, second quickest time in the class so far, and again a big improvement for him. Alfie Coles is in the Mazda MX-5, just coming out of Ettores on up to Pardon. Sorry, it's an MX-5 ahead of myself. It's Andy Johnson that's in that MX-5. Alfie Coles has just left the line, in fact. And Alfie is going up now towards Ettores. On up to Pardon goes the green MX-5. A 62.53 for Andy Johnson. He has managed to find over 3 seconds improvement on his first run. As Ian Benningfield heads up the hill in the MG Midget. Just going into Ettores. 31 there going on up to Pardon. What can Alfie Coles do? Meanwhile, he does a 60.23. He's 6 seconds quicker than his first run. Alan Voice is on the hill in his Triumph GT6. He comes out of Ettores on up towards Pardon. Ian Benningfield, another driver to improve on his time, over 7 seconds improvement. Conditions obviously changing substantially as Alan Voice continues to make his way up the hill in the GT6 Triumph. Rounds semicircle under the finish banner in 59.31. That's a 5 second improvement for him. Emma Ali just coming out of Pardon in the Mazda MX-5, that's car number 33, with Noor Ali following on up into Ettores now, car 34. No rounds, pardon. Emma does a 63.22, again a big improvement on first run time, first practice run time of course. No coming through the S's, can he improve as well? Heading now towards the finish line. And Noah does a 57.44, and that is a big improvement for Noah, as we see the beautiful looking Jaguar E-Type of Phil Oliver, sorry, of Paul Slade, coming out of Pardon on up towards the S's. Phil Oliver is in the next car on the hill, the Master MX-5, but Paul making his way through the S's in that E-Type. Right, this is was described by Enzo Ferrari as the most beautiful car ever designed. Under the finish banner, 63.20 for Paul. He's found very nearly 10 seconds improvement as Phil Oliver comes up towards Ettores. In fact, no, that's Aaron Sharp in the other MX-5. Number 39 comes out of his Ettores. Phil Oliver is ahead of him in car 36 and has just done a 55.89. That's our third best time in this Classic Marques Speed Challenge so far in practice. Alan Davis in the BMW Z4 is rounding Ettores at the moment. Can Aaron Sharp doing the Mazda MX-5 as Alan rounds Pardon. Aaron goes fifth quickest in class with a 58.20. Alan continues his way up the hill in the Z4 into the S's. Kim Adams in the Lotus Elise coming up to Ettores now and out of there. A 55.74 for Alan Davis, and it's getting very tight at the top of the order in this Classic Marques Speed Challenge. In these practice runs, it's this afternoon's timed runs are the ones that count, of course. As Kim Adams continues on up in the Lotus Elise, car 41, and around Ettores goes car 42, Nigel Duffield in the Reliant Scimitar GT Coupe. Kim Adams 53.50 quickest so far in the class. Finally, a V8 rumble of the TVR Griffith 500 and Mark Everett as he comes out of Ettores on up to Pardon. Nigel Duffield looks like he could make a good time. He goes second quickest, about 2/10, so less than 2/10 behind Kim Adams, 53.69 his time. TVR Griffith continues up through the S's. On through semicircle. What can Mark Everett do? He goes third quickest with a 53.94. We have the earlier TVR, the Vixen of Steve Thomas coming out of Ettores and up to Pardon. To the S's then for Steve. Let me see the TVR Tuscan of Rob Pack, a car that was built specifically for motorsport rather than for road use. The Tuscan. He comes out of Ettores on up to Pardon. Steve Thomas does a 56.29, puts him 8th quickest in the class as Rob Pack continues his way up. He looks like he's on course for a good time as he comes through the S's. Behind him is Steve Lyle in the Porsche Boxster GTS 4-litre machine. He's just come out of Ettores. As Rob Plack does a 52.36 to go quickest in class in the speed challenge after the 2 practice runs. Steve Lyle making his way up in the Porsche Boxster, and behind him Mark Tuth in the Lotus Elise, just rounding Ettores and out on up towards Pardon. That's the Boxster. So here's the Elise, comes through the S's. Neil Bateman rounds Ettores in his Renault Clio, car number 49. Out of Pardon he goes. Simon O'Sullivan leads the line in the Lotus Elise, car number 50. Up towards Ettores he goes. These are the BARC Speed Championship contenders, and Neil Bateman with a 56.54, improving on his first run time by over 2 seconds. Simon O'Sullivan making his way through the S's in the Lotus Elise. Andrew Platt coming into Ettores in the Lotus Exige, car 51. Simon O'Sullivan has done a 52.93 to go quickest. Andrew Platt is going well in the Exige though. And Philip Matchwick is on the hill in the Caterham 7 Road Sport 140 in fact. Coming into Pardon now as Andrew Platt does a 51.97, and he goes quickest in class. As Philip Matchwick continues his way up the hill through the S's. And hanging the tail out there in the S's, that's going to cost him perhaps a few tenths, but he manages to get it all back together. Simon Jones in the Austin Healey Sprite exits Ettores, goes on up towards Pardon. And Philip Matchwick does a 52.30, second quickest amongst the BARC contenders. This looks like a good run for Simon Jones currently in the Austin Healey car. So off the line goes Jeremy Hawke in the remarkable MG K3. Running in the MG Car Club Speed Championship, fittingly enough. Coming up to Ettores. Goes away from there. On up to Pardman goes the K3. The midget and Martin Lund, car number 58, is also on the hill. Jeremy Hawke continuing on up the upper part of the hill into the S's. He's just coming up towards the semicircle. And up towards the line, and the time for Jeremy Hawke in the MGK3, 66.81. So again, big improvement on his first run time. As Martin Lunn continues into semicircle in the MG midget. Car number 58 going under the banner to set a time of 56.10, makes him second quickest in the championship contenders. As Michael Fairclough in his MG midget comes up towards Pardon. Out of the left-hand hairpin he goes, on up the hill. Robin Davison is also on the hill, coming up towards Ettores in the MG TF 160. .38 the time for Michael Fairclough, puts him 10th amongst the MG Car Club contenders. Jeff Marsden in the MGTC comes out of Ettores on up towards Pardon at car number 61. Robin Davison meanwhile goes third quickest with a 62.23. Everybody seems to be improving their times by about the best part of 10 seconds during these runs. As Robert Bell comes out of Ettores in the MGF. Jeff Marsden moves to third quickest with a 57.75, another very nearly 10-second improvement on first practice run times. As Robert Bell continues his way up in the MGF. And David Jones in the MGTF is coming towards Ettores hairpin. And Robert Bell goes third quickest amongst the MG Car Club Speed Championship contenders with a 57.11. As David Jones comes out of Pardon on up the hill. Into the S's and comes that MGTF. As out of Ettores comes the MG midget of Neil Walmsley, car number 64. A 68.86, 6 seconds improvement on first practice run for David Jones. As Nigel Walmsley continues to end his way up the hill in the MG midget. Meanwhile, the MGA on the hill, car 66, is the car of Martin Woolacott. Neil Walmsley's time of 65.24 puts him 8th quickest at the moment. Martin Woolacott continuing to make his way up the hill. Nigel Pratton comes out of Ettores in the MG TF 160, car number 65. He goes on to round Pardon as Martin Woolacott does a 63.69, 6th quickest and 11.5 seconds better than his first run. Peter Clark in the MG midget is rounding Ettores currently. Heads on up towards Pardon, left-hand hairpin. Coming into the S's now, Peter Clark, 64.334. Nigel Pratton, another 10-second improvement, or 9.9 seconds if we're going to be pedantic about it. Nigel Pratton currently 8th quickest. Max Tyler in the MG ZR 160 comes out of Ettores on up to Pardon. Peter Clark does a 58.53. That's very nearly a 15-second improvement for Peter. Just 5th quickest. Max Tyler in that ZR 160 coming to the S's. As around Ettores in the MGTF 160 goes Martin Chivers, car 69. He goes on up towards Pardon, round Pardon he goes. And Max Tyler does a 59.24 to put him 6th quickest in the 2nd practice run. Or after 2 practice runs, I should say, to be precise. And Chivers continuing on up in the modern, relatively modern MGTF. Robert Griffiths behind him in the MG Midget, car 70, just about to come into Pardon. Martin Chivers does a 62.42, another big improvement. In the MGTC rounding Ettores currently, it is Dave Morris, car number 71. He goes on up towards Pardon. And Robert Griffiths too in the midget. And Robert Griffiths is 63.54, 9th quickest after his practice runs are completed. Dave Morris in the MGTC continuing up towards semicircle and soon be at the line as Kevin Lahertz in the TF 160 exits Pardon, and Dave Morris does a 59.98, 7th quickest in that TC. Keith Benningfield, another MGTC, is on the line. Steve Jackman has just come out of Ettores and into Pardon. .37 for Kevin Lahert puts him 5th quickest. Keith Benningfield in that TC just around Ettores on up to Pardon he goes. John Egan sits on the start line in his MG Midget, car number 75. And Keith Benningfield looking pretty good at the moment. Steve Jackman goes 3rd quickest with a time of 57 seconds dead. Keith Benningfield looks to be going pretty well since he comes through the S's. Rounding semicircle now as John Egan exits Ettores, goes on up to Pardon in the MG Midget. Keith Benningfield does a 58.84, 8th quickest then in the MGTC. John Egan is coming to the S's and continues on up through the S's. Behind him is Maggie Richards, car 78 in the Renault RS Clio 200. John Egan's 57.95 puts him 6th quickest. Maggie Richards then coming up to the S's, running in the Midland Hill Climb Championship. Robert Wilson in the Lotus Elise rounds Ettores and heads towards Pardon. And a good run so far for Robert. 79. 59.86 for Maggie Richards, puts her 6th quickest after her 2nd practice run. Robert Wilson showing purple sectors all the way up the hill so far as Zoe Shearman starts her run, car 80, the Lotus Exige. Robert Wilson, what time can he manage as he comes towards the finish now? 50 53.18, over 4.5 seconds better than his first practice run, and he goes quickest in class then as we come to the conclusion of practice for this class. Zoe Shearman meanwhile is coming to the S's. Sebastian Cartwright is on the hill in his Austin Mini. Heading up towards Torres now. So Shearman comes towards the end of her run, 55.97, third quickest in class at the moment. Sebastian Cartwright continues to pedal the Mini up the hill. And Richard Plates exits the Tories in his MG ZR 160. So Sebastian Cartwright does a 60.42, finds over 10 seconds improvement, puts him 8th quickest at the moment as Richard Plates continues into the S's. David Garnett is on the hill in the Fiat Abarth 595, which is about to round Torres. Richard Plates does a 59.51, which places him 7th in class going into this afternoon's timed runs. David Garnett then coming to the S's in that diminutive Fiat Abarth as Oliver Meek brings his Honda S2000 around the Torres and on up towards Pardon into the left-hander. Oliver Meek then through into the S's in the Honda S2000. Lotus Elise 135R of Jonathan Langmead comes out of Torres on up to Pardon. Jonathan Langmead continues on up. Tim Elmo in the contemporary Alpine A110 Pure goes around Torres on up towards Pardon. Jonathan Langmead does a 51.49 to put him 2nd quickest in class at the moment. Tim Elmo bringing the Alpine through into the S's. Moving into a different class with Tim, and he was quickest in his class on the first run as David Meek runs Torres in his Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, and Tim Elmer does a 52.02, finds another 2.5 seconds improvement on his time in the first run. What can David Meek do? He was down in 5th place in the first practice run times. Tim Adams in the Porsche Cayman, car 92, just coming out of it, Torres. David Meek does a 50.98 and goes quickest amongst the class. Tony Adams, what can he do about this time? He was down, is down in 8th spot after first practice runs in his Porsche Cayman. Richard York in his Porsche Cayman GT4 exit at Torres. 53.95 for Tony Adams is enough to place him 3rd quickest, but these are practice times, of course, they don't count towards the results as Richard York powers it out of Pardon. Up to the S's, then comes that lovely blue Porsche Cayman of Richard York. Meanwhile, Simon Tarling, another blue Porsche, the Porsche GT3, comes around Pardon. Richard York does a 54.82, moves him to 4th, the quickest in the class. As the 996 of Simon Tarling comes through the S's. Mike Meredith powers his up Morgan 8 out of Pardon, out of the Tories up to Pardon. .56.12 the time for Simon Tarling, 5th at the moment. Mike Meredith continues up the hill in his Morgan. Just coming up to the finish line now and does a 54.33, big improvement for him. Moves him up to 4th amongst his class. BMW M2 of Stephen Atkins. It looks like he's on course for a good time as he comes up to the S's. As we go on board with Robert Lancaster Gay in his Porsche 997 GT3. So it's Stephen Atkins who is quickest now with a 50.52. Around Pardon goes Robert Lancaster Gay. On up he goes. As Richard Andrews gets off the line in his Porsche GT4 RS. Robert Lancaster Gay continuing on up towards semicircle. And then up to the line to do a 51.80. 3rd quickest in class. Richard Andrews going well in the GT4 RS. On the lower half of the hill, coming up now though into the S's. Richard Snow in the Porsche Cayman GT4 is off the line as Richard Andrews comes towards the end of his run. What can he do? Comes to the banner and he goes quickest with a 49.88, first sub 50 second run in this class. Of course it is still practice. Richard Snow meanwhile in the Cayman GT4 looking good as he comes out of Pardon and on up. Finish line then comes Richard Snow and he goes quickest now with a 48.89, so 0.99 a second quicker than Richard Andrews was on that previous run as John Maycock brings his MX-5 around the Tories and on up towards Pardon, car number 100 into Pardon, plows it out to there. This looks like a very neat run so far. 2 quickest sections out of the 4 that he's completed as he comes into the S's. A little bit twitchy through there. Up to semicircle. Towards the line. What can he do? 48.60. He goes quickest in class now. It's very, very tight at the head of the field. The Renault RS R5 Clio 200. So the RS Clio, I'll get it right in a minute. Of Ian Richards then is on his way into Pardon. So Ian Richards then brings the Clio through the S's. Wilson getting away in the Lotus Elise, car 779. So Richard Wilson's 50.18. Make that Robert Wilson, apologies. Is the quickest time in practice so far. What can David Wilson do in the Lotus Elise? Michael Thompson also on the hill in the Lotus Exige, meanwhile. Just gets off the line, in fact. Can David Wilson challenge that fastest time in class of 50.18? He's coming towards the finish line. Not quite. 50.71 moves him into second place. Unofficially, of course, because this is just practice. Michael Thompson rounds Pardon, goes on up to Mounted Torres, goes on up to Pardon in the Lotus Exige. Bright yellow Lotus coming on up the hill. And about to go under the line to do a 51.57, fourth quickest. Alan Mansfield rounds Pardon in the Toyota GR Yaris, car 105. Meanwhile, Tim Goodwin is in the Audi TTS, rounding Pardon, out of there on up towards the S as he goes. Alan Mansfield is a 53.29 to go quickest in class in the Midland Championship. And Tim Goodwin does a 44.59. That in fact is an intermediate time, apologies. 52.40, still enough for him to be quickest in class at the moment as Roger Stocks brings his Toyota Yaris GR out of Pardon on up the hill. Another Toyota Yaris GR getting off the line at the moment, that's Ian Fido. Roger Scott Stocks here heading up through the S's on towards semicircle as Ian Fido brings his Yaris around Torres on up to Pardon he goes. Roger Stock's quickest at the moment with the 51.58. Tony Hawkins on his way in another Toyota Yaris GR or GR Yaris. But, Ian Fido running ahead of him as Tony Hawkins in the red Yaris heads up into Pardon. And Ian Fido does a 54.19, makes him fourth quickest in class ahead of this afternoon's timed runs. Semicircle then goes Tony Hawkins and does a 51.09 to go quickest in class ahead of Roger Stock's time of 51.58 as the Golf R of Peter Richings exits Torres, heads up towards Pardon. Continues up and into the S's as Paul Evans gets off the line in the Westfield SEIW. Peter Richings then coming up towards the finish line as around the Torres goes. Paul Evans in that Westfield. .65 for Peter Richings places him quickest in class. Paul Evans putting in a good time at the moment. And Joey Hoyle is also on the hill in the Caterham 7. Caterham heading around the Torres. Paul Evans comes to the end of his run. He goes quickest in his class, a 54.33 over 10-second improvement on his first run of the day. Stuart Hook gets off the line in the Westfield SCIW. And around, so he's on up to Pardon. Joy Hoyle now is the quickest in class with a 51.37. Stuart Hook coming on up. Rob Lloyd is in the MK Cup 200. So out of Pardon. Timothy Higgins goes away in the Westfield SEI. Stuart Hook's 52.91 makes him second quickest in class. Rob Lloyd, a 48.94 to take the class lead. Timothy Higgins around Pardon carries on up the hill. Richard Price in the Caterham 7 gets off the line. Higgins coming into the S's at the moment. Richard Price surrounding Torres, heads on up towards Pardon. A little bit of a lock up, just ever so slight for Richard Price. Tim Higgins does a 53.7 run, which puts him fourth amongst the class contenders. Phil Tucker has gone off the line in the Vauxhall Nova. Richard Price is coming into semicircle as Phil Tucker heads into Torres. A 47.70 puts Richard Price quickest in class in the Caterham 7 as Phil Tucker rounds Pardon. And lots of purple times for Phil. Behind him is class rival Andrew Russell in the Janata G15. Phil Tucker then coming towards the finish line as the Janata rounds Torres, and a 50.50 for Phil Tucker. Big improvement on his first practice run. What can Andrew Russell do in response? Holman, the Renault 5 GT Turbo Coupe rounds Torres. Andrew Russell does a 56.31. George Sackness in the Renault Clio, Renault Sport Clio. R3 comes out of Torres on up to Pardon. As Johnny Helm comes towards the end of his run and does a 56.37. A little bit of understeer there for George Sackness in the Renault Sport Clio. A lovely looking, lovely sounding TR7 V8 of Nigel Elliott goes out of Pardon on up the hill. George Sackness does a 54.74. to finish ahead of Johnny Helm in the practice runs for their class, as the TR7 V8 continues up the hill. Behind him it's Nick Powell in the Subaru Impreza. Roger Elliott's time of 58.09. He's found about 8 extra seconds. And Ettore goes the Mitsubishi Evo 6 of Stephen Moore, heads into Pardon. Nick Powell sets a time of 60.84 in the Evo 6. And can Stephen Moore do anything about that? Steve Gardner on the hill in his Westfield SEIW comes out of Pardon. In fact, Nick Powell not able to do anything, does a 60.84, so some way behind his class rival. Steve Garner in the Westfield SEIW is followed up the hill by the Mark II Ford Escort 2000 of George Harding, car number 138. Steve Garner does a 51.75. George Harding comes out of Pardon. On up the hill he goes. Lots of purple times on this. He is alone in his class though. Looking to better a 60.34 on his first practice run. And should do that, I think, without too much trouble. A 50.36. So 9.98 seconds improvement on his first run. As we see car 816 Raymond Law coming to the line in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. Did a 57.60 in his first run. What can he do now? So Law coming around Ettore's. The other two-driver car is on the line and it heads away now. That's the Westfield driven by Simon Price on this occasion, as Raymond Law rounds Pardon, goes on up the hill. Simon Price goes around Ettore's. Raymond Law putting in a quick section there towards the top of the hill. What can he do overall though? He does a 50.46, which moves him up to a third in the class standings ahead of the timed runs. As Simon Price continues up the hill in his Westfield. Just put in a purple sector in the times as he rounds semicircle. And it's a 50.80, enough to move him up into fourth place. Phil Fisher in the Mallet Mark 11 powers out of Ettore's up to Pardon. Another Mallet behind him, that's the Mark 20 of Robin Nicholson, but at the moment Phil Fisher putting in plenty of purple sectors. As he continues up the hill and Robin Nicholson comes around Ettore's. Phil Fisher does a 52.73 to go quickest in the class. Robin Nicholson had a fail on his first run. What can he do on this second run? Also on the hill in the Dart 1600 is Mike Luck, who's now heading into Torres. Robin Nicholson does a 47.01 to put him quickest in class by some distance. Can Mike Luck challenge that? David Bickley is also on the hill in the Radical SR1. David Bickley then in that Radical coming out of Torres. Mike Luck goes second quickest in class with a 50.98. Martin Watts comes off the line in the Silver Riot. Martin rounding Torres at the moment in that silver. David Bickley does a 49.90 to go second quickest in the class. As Martin Watts comes out of Pardon and carries on up. Richard Weaver sits on the start line in his Empire Evo 2. Two purple sectors for Martin Watts in the Silver Riot as he comes towards the end of his run. Richard Weaver comes in towards Torres, a 47.66 for Martin Watts, second in class, a little over half a second behind Robin Nicholson, who is quickest in practice then for this class. Alan McDonald heads away in the Force SR4. Richard Weaver though rounding semicircle, coming to the line. What can he do? A 42.76 puts him quicker than Tim Weaver, with whom he shares the car, of course, as the force of Alan McDonald comes around Pardon. And Bernard Keevil gets off the line in the first draft Formula Ford cars, the Van Diemen RF90, car number 878. But 145, Alan McDonald in the force, coming through the S's. Keevil out of Torres, up to Pardon and in. Alan McDonald is a 49.12, which puts him through quickest. As if you're watching online, we're now on board with Lizzie Weaver in the Van Diemen RF91. Bernard Keevil does a 51.52, so 9.5 seconds, very nearly quicker than his first run. As Lizzie Weaver comes into Pardon. Hawke sits on the line in his Van Diemen RF84. Lizzie Weaver comes up into the S's. Around semicircle and goes Lizzie up to the line. What can she do? She goes second quickest with a 55.94 against his 61.26 in the first run. As Max Hawks just dropping the wheel on the inside at Torres, goes up to Pardon in the Van Diemen RF84, heading out of Torres on up towards the S's goes Max Hawks. Purple sector for Max as he comes towards the end of his run, and he goes quickest with a 51.14 compared to Bernard Keevil's 51.52. Roger Bayliss is on the line in the OMS Hornet, just getting it fired back up there, car 157. So after a short delay, Roger Bailey's about to get off the line in the OMS Hornet. Away he goes. Heading up towards Torres. To the right-hander, out there on up to Pardon. Into the left-hander, Roger Bayless goes then. Almost at a standstill, he has a problem by the looks of it. And he's trying to fire the car back up, but red flags come out then, so it's just a mechanical issue, no accident of any description, but mechanical problems, unfortunately for Roger Bayless in the OMS Hornet, bringing out the red flags. So with the stranded car recovered, we can get back underway, and Stephen Potter heads off the line in the Empire Evo car 158. Up into Torres he goes. Yes, it looks pretty rapid to me as he runs and heads on up towards Pardon. Lots of purple sectors coming up on the timing screen. Do through the S's. Hasn't set a time before this as he comes up now to the finish banner. 46.49 as Mark Schlenker brings the Force TA around Torres on up to Pardon. Stockley sits on the line in the Force PC. Can Mark Schlenker challenge Stephen Potter? At the moment he's looking good for it as he comes into semicircle and does a 43.27, so goes into the lead by some way. John Stockley in the Force PC out of Torres on up to Pardon. Fisher gets away in the Mark 11 car 840, but John Stockley meanwhile is coming through the S's. Had a purple first sector but hasn't had a quicker sector since as he comes around semicircle and sets a time of 44.45. Second quickest in the class, but over a second slower than Max Schlenker. Samuel Nicholson in the Malik Mark 20 around Torres goes on up to Pardon. Ahead of him is the Malik Mark 11 of Ben Fisher. But Samuel then rounds Pardon as Creven is on the hill in the Pilbeam, MP88. Samuel Nicholson comes to the finish line, does a 50.50.6 run, only good enough for 6th quickest in the class in his second practice run. Kevin Creven putting in some good times though in 162, the Pilbeam. Just a little bit hesitant there out of that left-hander, but up to semicircle, really pressing on. And there's a 46.43 to go quickest as Trisha Davis brings the Force TA out of Pardon. And on up the hill, Tony Cotton sits on the line in the Dallara F300. But lots of purple sectors for Trisha Davis in this Force. Car 163. Under the line, and a 44.76 is quickest time, and we have a problem for, I think that's Tony Cotton in the Dallara who has stopped. It is 164. Tony Cotton in the Dallara stopped with mechanical problems, unfortunately, and once again the red flags are flying. So it looks like 164 Tony Cotton's got the car fired back up and is making his way down to the paddock gate. That'll be a failed run, of course, for him, unfortunately, but he is clear of the hill now. We can get back underway fairly shortly, I should imagine. Michael Dragoning in the Pilbeam MP88 car 165 sitting on the start line at the moment. In come the red flags, so we are ready to get the runs back underway again. These Pilbeams really done a wonderful record in hill climbing over the years as Michael heads away up the hill. Into the Torres. Hoses around the right hander and on up to Pardon. Another Pilbeam MP88 sitting on the line is the car of Gavin McLaren, car 166, as Michael comes out of Pardon. Michael and into semicircle. Gavin McLaren is on the hill as well, under the line then, a 48.77, third quickest in class in the second practice run as Gavin McLaren's into Pardon. In his MP88, Tom Weaver sits on the line on the Emperor Evo 2, but the yellow Pilbeam coming into the S's now. Purple sectors all the way up the hill so far for car 166. He rounds semicircle as Tom Weaver comes around Torres in the Empire. 45.61 for Gavin McLaren. It's just that last sector really that cost him. He's just maybe a second down on the fastest time in class. Tom Weaver with lots of purple sectors now though in the Empire Evo 2. As he comes up to the S's, Simon Andrews is on the hill in his Van Diemen Formula Ford car. Up to the finish line of 40.50 for Tom Weaver. Big improvement for him as Simon Andrews comes up towards Pardon in the Van Diemen Formula Ford car, the RF90. The line with the Empire Race of William Lethbridge, car 170. And into Ettores, powers it up with Ettores, carries on up the hill towards Pardon, and Simon Andrews does a 50.39 to go quickest in class in these practice runs. William Lethbridge though continuing on up through the S's. Again, all purple sectors for William so far as he comes around semicircle and up towards the finish line, and his time at 42.06. It puts him quickest as Calvin Broad gets underway in the Force TA Mistral. Calvin in Ettores then. Up he goes to Pardon. Not showing any purple sectors so far though in the Force. Into the S's. Around the semicircle. Under the line, does a 42.23, second quickest, less than 2/10 backhand from William Lethbridge, who's quickest so far. Jamie Chalmers is in the Rod F30201. He's heading into Pardon, round Pardon he goes. What can he do as he comes through the S's? Pete takes them off the line in the OMS 28, but Jimmy Chalmers coming to the end of his run does a 43.38, so he goes third quickest at this stage as Pete Tatham runs Ettores in the OMS. Continues on up to Pardon. Again, no purple sectors for Pete at the moment. Jonathan Evans is sitting on the line in his MP88 Pilbeam. As the OMS then comes into semicircle, round there, up towards the line, and does a 49.28, which moves him up one place to sixth quickest in practice. Jonathan Evans comes out of Ettores. Terry Davis sits on the line in the fourth TA. Jonathan Evans then coming in the S's. And into semicircle. Up to the line, does 47.04, fourth in class then in the practice runs. This looks quick from Terry Davis in the fourth TA as he comes into Torres around there. But nothing purple on the screen. Yes, no, it does go purple as he comes out of pardon. On up into the S's and plenty of purple on the screen now. What can he do in this last part of the climb? He's coming through semicircle up to the line, and his time is a 42.16. He goes quickest in class as Sandra Tomlin brings her Pilbeam MP97 out of the Tories on up towards Pardon. Into the S's and comes Sandra in the blue Pilbeam. Still plenty of purple sectors for Sandra so far. As she comes up to semicircle. Out of there, up to the finish line, a 45.12, and she goes quickest in class as Terry Graves rounds Pardon, heads on up in his Gould DJ55 XD. And he's bringing up the purple sectors now. He goes around semicircle up to the finish line. It's a 42.45, and he goes quickest in class. Simon Jenks sits on the line in the fourth TA. The revs rise, away he goes. On up towards Notorious and goes Simon. Into the S's and comes the Force. He was bottom of the standings after the first run. He comes around semicircle up to the line, does a 42.50, and suddenly he's in second place, just 0.05 of a second behind Terry Groves. As Edmund Burgess takes a bit of an off-course excursion in the Gould, but gets back on in the Gould GR55 around Toys, but he is slowing, hand in the air. Has he got a puncture possibly? I think something possibly wrong with the offside front wheel. But he's stopped on the hill, and the red flags will be coming out now. So Edmund, a loyal Bugatti man, holds the hill record for a classic Bugatti currently, but in his modern car here, the Gould GR55. But obviously some sort of problem. He just ran off the road a little bit onto the grass, got back on, but then slowed up. So whether it's a puncture maybe or suspension issue, I'm not sure, but he's currently stationary talking to the marshals there, and it will be a failed run for Edmund. Graham Wynne meanwhile will have to hang on in his Gould GRW59 before he can take his second practice run. So I think we are clear to resume the practice runs. Graham Wynn bringing his Gould GRW 59 up to the line now. So away goes Graham then in the Gould, did a 47.79 on his first run. What can he do on this run? He comes up towards Ettores through that tight right hand there, and powers it away on up towards Pardon. A little bit tail happy perhaps coming out of Ettores into the left hander. Powers it away from there, looking very clean out of there. Up towards the S's, lots of purple on the time in screen at the moment. Looks like a good run, bit twitchy through the S's, but holding it all together into semicircle. Powers it away from there, up to the finish banner, 40.48, and he is comfortably the quickest in class so far. Zachary Zamet in the Empire Wraith comes around Ettores and on up towards through that left-hander, will be a big opposite lock as he comes out after an apron there, on up through the twiddly bits into the S's, and then it will be into semicircle for the Empire Wraith. Again, lots of purple sectors. He's coming under the banner, 41.03, and suddenly Zachary Zamet is quickest in class by over a second. Simon Braithwaite brings the BMW M3 up towards Ettores on round there and up towards Pardon. Beautiful E30 shape BMW. Into the left-hander, out of the left-hander, on up towards the S as he goes. Did a really modest 64.38 on the first run. I suspect he's going to improve on that this second run. He's coming through the S's up towards semicircle, around there and up to the line, and does a 55.64. Alex Coles powers the fourth TA Mistral out of Ettores and on up to Pardon, and he is now notching up the purple sectors on the timing screen in the fourth TA Mistral. Alex and just a little bit untidy through the S's, but he's okay, sliding it through there up to semicircle, keeping the power on, and his time 39.75, sub 40 seconds then for Alex Coles. 39.75 puts him quickest in class. So just waiting for the next car to come up to the line. It is car 172. And up he comes. It is John Chalmers then in the Rolt F302.001. He's about set to go by the looks of it. So Raj flies and away he goes. Got the interesting noise from the Rolt as he powered it away into Ettores. On up he goes down to Pardon. As suddenly it's raining heavily. to say the least. And I think inevitably that is having a big impact on the way John is tackling the hill. Unfortunate for him, just a couple of minutes longer and he'd had a good run, but he does a 47.29. He's 6th quickest. He is slightly quicker than his first run. Morgan Jenkins is on the hill in the Pilbeam MP 97, and he is taking it very gingerly up to the Torres on the slicks, of course. Just cruising really up to Pardon. On he goes. Just very steady through the S's, and big plumes of water being thrown up by the tyres as Charles Williams goes away in the Pilbeam MP 87. And again, another very cautious run up towards Torres. Part of the Pilbeam celebration, of course, Charles Williams' presence here. As is the car that's just gone up the hill as well, Andrew Dinner in the Pilbeam MP 62. Who is heading into a Torres, but again, very So just about set to get things back underway then, and first car to take to the hill after that brief delay is going to be the Austin A40 of Edward Cotton by the looks of it. So away goes the A40. Actually make that Alan Caulfield, apologies, in the A40. Who makes his way around. It's on to Pardon, and track looking quite challenging now after that rainstorm. A little bit wide coming out of Pardon, but he's okay. Heads towards the S's. Steve Sims heads away in the Renault Clio. It's a 66.59 for Alan Caulfield. Steve Sims continues to make his way through the S's. And up. Into semicircle, and comes Steve Sims up to the line and does a 62.16, so down on his first run time as Neil Brogdon comes out of Pardon in the Peugeot 205. And conditions definitely challenging at the moment, judging by the approach that the drivers are taking. As he, Neil Brogdon, that is of course, comes towards the finish line and records a 66.78, again significantly slower than his first run. Andrew Till is on the hill in the Honda Civic at the Renault Clio 182 of David Hemming, rounding Ettores County and out to there on up towards Pardon. Through that left-hand hairpin goes Andrew. Sorry, it goes David, I should say, because that's the Clio. Andrew Till down a little bit, about a second, very nearly a second on his first run. Still an impressive time of 59.40 given the conditions. As David Hemming comes towards the end of his run and does a 61.52, so he is actually quicker than his previous run. Simon Cox in the Austin Mini Ritz, car number 304, continues. He did a 63.05 on his first run. And he comes up towards the finish line as around Ettores goes a 306 Rob Guttridge in the Renault Twingo. As Simon Cox does a 61.50, again picking up time on his previous run. Rob Guttridge coming up through to the S's. Steve Mundy is also on the hill in the Ford Fiesta, but Rob Guttridge then coming up through that tricky section towards the top of the hill. Looks as if he's taking a fairly cautious approach. Steve Mundy meanwhile set in purple sectors on his run. Rob Guttridge coming towards the end of his run does a 72.65 So still about a second quicker than his first run. Steve Mundy though really pressing on. Mark Everett in the TBR Griffith 500 heading up towards Ettores. Steve Mundy, what can Steve Mundy tie? He can go quickest with a 55.11 though, by some distance in fact, as Mark Everett comes up to Pardon in that Griffith 500. And we have a Bugatti on the hill, which is always wonderful to see. As Mark Everett comes up towards the end of his run, there is Edward Townsend and that lovely Bugatti 235B coming in to Ettores very fittingly. And working away at the steering wheel, he goes on up to Pardon. Mark Everett's time is 58.599, so 5 seconds down on his first run time. The Bugatti continues on up the hill in towards the S's now. Lots of purple sections for Edward, because this is his first run on the hill, I think. So he comes through semicircle up to the finish line, and the time is 73.07. As around Pardon goes John Cavendish in the MGB GTS. Tom Mogirossi in Ettores with his Porsche Boxster S. And John Cavendish's time in the MGB GTS 68.68. He manages to improve on his first practice run. As Andrew Wilcox comes up towards Ettores in the Caterham Super 7. Around the right hand then goes the little Caterham on up to Pardon. Tom Mogirossi does a 61.83, again quicker than his first run, which was a 63.55. Andrew Wilcox continues on up through towards the S's. Tim Jeffrey gets up the line in his Alpine GTA LM, which is now coming up towards Ettores. Andrew Wilcox coming towards the end of his run as Tim Jeffrey rounds Pardon. Andrew Wilcox's time was a 63.01, so slower than his first run, which was a 61.59. As we see Tim Jeffrey, what appears to be a fairly cautious run up the hill in the conditions. Nigel Cogram is also on the hill in the Westfield SCIW as Tim Jeffrey comes towards the end of his run, and Nigel Cogram brings the Westfield around Ettores. It is a 63.27 for Tim Jeffrey, who was quickest in the first practice runs with a 59.60, so not able to match that in these conditions. Nigel Cogram then in the Westfield continues its way up the hill. And up to the finish line then comes the Westfield to set a time of 67.80. Slower than his first run. Edward Townsend just sliding the MG around as he comes up towards Ettores. Peter Lethbridge ahead of him in the Caterham 7. 60.60 Peter Lethbridge, finding a half-second improvement on the 61.14 he did in the first practice run. Edward Townsend, meanwhile, despite a little bit of a slide earlier on, still setting purple times as he comes up to the S's. Into semicircle, up to the finish line to set a time of 67.05, so some 6 seconds quicker than his first run. And our David Slade is on the hill in the MGB GTS. Well, we have Kieran Pilbeam on the hill at the moment in the Pilbeam MP62, fittingly enough, 1600cc car. On 234 is Paul Strickson. Well, that concludes the practice runs. The timed runs will be resuming, or will be beginning, I should say, at 1:30. So we'll be back with you just before then in readiness for the all-important timed runs and the top 12 runoffs this afternoon. Well, lunch break coming to a conclusion here at Prescott, and we're about to get the timed runs underway, and we'll be starting, I think, with one of the Pilbeam demonstration vehicles. So it is car 233 that will be the first car up the hill, Kieran Pilbeam in the Pilbeam MP62 1600cc single seater, and we are about to get underway with that run. So there goes Kieran in the Pilbeam run. Next car to head up the hill, well, it is car 234. Unfortunately, I'm just trying to find him on my list, but doesn't seem to appear on here. There's 210 Edward Townsend in the Bugatti that is next up, but it looks like we have a car off and the red flags are coming out. So yeah, unfortunately car 234 is off on the outside at Pardon, very similar to an off that we had in practice this morning by the looks of it, and I don't think there's anything too serious being done, but it will take a minute or two for our marshals to recover that car before we can get the runs back underway. So Edward Townsend in the Bugatti T35B getting red flag, so he will need a rerun. As that car is getting pulled out of the gravel by the marshal, one marshal in particular, putting in a lot of effort there to recover that. And just well, a little bit of a lock up and then into the gravel for that car, and end of his run, unfortunately. So Edward Townsend will be making his own way back to the paddock and then coming out for a rerun, and hopefully shortly we will have car 234 with a loose nose cone now, but he will be coming back to the paddock as well. So that car that was on a demonstration run, making its way back down the hill now, and hopefully we can get things resumed fairly shortly. I think we'll probably be starting with the Classic Marques Speed Challenge contenders, starting with car 20. Cleartooth in the 1800cc Lotus Elise, who sits on the start line at the moment. So minus its nose cone, car 234 comes into the paddock once again. There was some sweeping going on up at, I think it's just about completed, but it looks like the marshals just put in a few finishing touches to make sure there's no loose gravel out on the track, which might catch out another driver going up the hill. And I think we are fairly close to a resumption. So the flags, red flags, starting to come in along the hill now. And we are ready to get going. Just about to get the Lotus Elise of Cleartooth lined up on the start line once again, so that we can get the timed runs for the day finally underway. Claire then brings the car up onto the line. And we are ready then to get going. Claire, of course, sharing this car with Mark Tuth. And away then goes the Lotus Elise on the first timed run of the day. And heading into Ettores. Cleanly around that right hand hairpin, heading on up to Pardon. Around the left-hander on up the hill goes Claire, up towards the S's. Through the S's and goes the Lotus, heading up now to semicircle, around that long right-hander and then under the finish banner, a time of 58.05 as around Ettores goes Jim Hood, our second runner in the Mazda MX-5, car number 21, out of Pardon. So 58.05 is the target set by Cleartooth, as through the S's goes the Mazda MX-5. The tail up just a bit there as we see the Bugatti T35B Edward Townsend having his rerun after being red flagged, so no fault of his, on the opening attempt. Goes around Ettores on up towards Pardon then. And well, Jim Hood sets a time of 53.26, so now becomes the quickest car so far. As Edward Townsend continues to push the Bugatti up the hill. Peter Dignan sits on the start line in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. No, he doesn't. It's car 23, in fact. Thomas Cassier Warrington. Peter Dignan is already on the hill as Edward Townsend goes up towards the finish line and does a 63.09. And then we catch sight of Peter Dignan in this very nice Escort Mark 1. (1600cc), built to FIA Group 2 spec. It had 6 owners. First rallied in 1971 by Keith Richards, and the second owner was Dave Morris, who's out today in an MGTC. Meanwhile, Thomas Cassier Warrington in the Renault Scimitar SS1 is making his way up the hill. Peter Dignan's time 56.73, second quickest so far. Ian Wozencroft, meanwhile, in the Ginetta G40R, heads out of Ettores up to Pardon as Paul Holmes gets off the line in the Alfa Romeo 75. Meanwhile, Thomas Cassier Warrington does a 63.60. Rosencroft pushes his way up the hill in the Ginetta G40R up through the S's. As Paul Holmes heads up towards Pardon in the Alfa Romeo 75, and Gordon Pierce gets off the line in the Porsche Cayman S, but Paul Holmes then out of Pardon on and Ian Rosencroft's time of 56.06 makes him second quickest behind Jim Hood. As Paul Holmes continues to make his way up in the Alfa Romeo 75 through the S's. Looks like Gordon Pierce is putting in some quick sector times behind him, as up to the line comes Paul and does a 62.29, which puts him into 5th place at the moment. Andy Johnson sitting on the line in the Mazda MX-5 as Gordon Pierce in the Porsche comes up the hill with some purple sectors around the long semicircle up to the line. And what time can he do? He does a 53.78 and goes second quickest behind Jim Hood. 53.36 the time for Jim, of course. Andy Johnson meanwhile rounding Torres in the Mazda MX-5. There's another Mazda MX-5 sat on the line. That's the one of Alfie Coles, car number 30, but car 29 coming around Pardon now and on up the hill. Alfie Coles is on his way up the hill as well. So just taking the tail out a little bit there through the S's, Andy Johnson. Up to semicircle he goes there, around there, and foot to the floor towards the line as Alfie Coles comes into Pardon. Andy Johnson does a 59.02, putting him 5th quickest at the moment. So Alfie Coles continues on up into the S's. Was that just a slight puff of tyre smoke? Possibly, not sure. And Ian Benningfield in the MG Midget coming into Torres currently. Alfie Coles' time of 58.39 puts him in 6th place as Alan Voice gets underway in the Triumph GT6. And Ian Benningfield then in that MG Midget into the S's. And on up towards semicircle. Around the right hand there goes the little midget. Up to the line to do a time of 59.81, 8th quickest so far as the GT6 of Alan Voice goes around Pardon and on up. Emma Ali leaves the start line in her Mazda MX-5. What can Alan Voice do in the GT6? He's through the S's, or going through the S's, and on up into semicircle, pushing hard around the right-hander, and the dash for the line does a 57.04, 5th quickest amongst the Classic Marques Speed Challenge contenders. Emma Ali coming out of Pardon now in the Mazda MX-5. Noor Ali is on the hill behind her now. As we come to the S's with Emma. And on up to semicircle and to the line with a time of 61.07. And what can Noor Ali do in his Mazda MX-5, car number 34, as he heads up to the S's section. Tail out slightly there, but all are fine. Up to semicircle as Paul Slade sets off in the beautiful Jaguar E-Type. No, Ali goes 3rd quickest with a 55.58 as Paul Slade brings the E-Type up to a Torres. To Pardon, Phil Oliver gets off the line in the Mazda MX-5. As Paul Slade exits the Torres and carries on up the hill. Into the S's then, in that lovely Jaguar. And around semicircle. And to the finish line with a time of 61.20, 12th quickest so far, as Steve Thomas and the TBR Vixen carries on towards Torres. Ahead of him is Phil Oliver in the Mazda MX-5, who has had one purple sector on the way up. Steve Thomas coming up to Pardon. A little squeal tyre, a little bit of tyre noise there as he braked for the hairpin. Sharp also on the hill now in the Mazda MX-5. Steve Thomas coming towards the end of his climb. What time can he do? It's a 54.65, enough to go 4th quickest as Aaron Sharp runs up to Pardon. Davis is on the start line in the BMW Z4 and he gets underway, but through the S's comes Aaron Sharp in the Mazda MX-5. A little bit wide coming out that left-hander perhaps, but on up he goes into semicircle up to the line. The time is a 53.83, puts him 3rd quickest at the moment as Alan Davis heads up to Pardon in the Z4. He's got one purple sector at the moment on the early part of the hill. We're going to see the Bugatti 235 take its 2nd run in just a moment with Edward Townsend at the wheel. He's underway as hanging the tail out there in the middle of the S's is Alan Davis. Oh, looking all a little bit twitchy there coming through there, and on up to semicircle. Cleanly around there, up to the line. Does a 53.83, 4th quickest then for Alan, as Edward Townsend successfully negotiates the Torres, carries on up to Pardon in the beautiful 235B Bugatti. Kim Adams leaves the line in the Lotus Elise. Bugatti's continuing up the hill, 2 purple sectors so far out of the 4 times recorded, intervals recorded. Pushing hard. And a 61.55 improvement on one of his runs, which was a 63.09. Kim Adams then putting in some quick times in the Elise. Behind her it's the Reliant Scimitar GT Coupe of Nigel Duffield, who rounds the Torres in that yellow Reliant up towards Pardon. Kim Adams time of 51.92. Mark Everett sits on the line in the TBR Griffith 500. The yellow Scimitar goes through the SS section. Mark Everett gets away. Couple of purple sectors for Nigel Duffield. He's coming around semicircle. What can he set? A 51.88 puts him quickest at the moment, and the tormented tyres on the Griffith. Mark Everett just squealing away there at Torres. Now puffs of smoke as he locks up going into the left-hander at Pardon. On up the hill into the S's then comes this real handful, this TBR Griffith. 5-litre V8 engine under the bonnet, of course. Mark Pack is on the hill now in the TBR Tuscan as well. He is rounding a Torres. This looks like quite a good time though for Mark Everett as he comes as a 51.86, puts him quickest by just 0.02 of a second in the Classic Marques Speed Championship at the moment. Rob Pack is going well. He's got some purple sector times as he comes through the S's. Steve Lyle sits on the start line in the push box. Does a round semicircle, then goes Rob Pack. Can he take it? 50.98. Yes, he was quickest by very nearly 1 second. As away goes Steve Lyle in the Boxster. And up to line comes the shared car. Claire Tuth has been up the hill in it, and now it's Mark Tuth who will take to the hill in the Lotus Elise as the Boxster comes out of it. Tories on up to Pardon. Around that left-hander, and some purple sector times for Steve Lyle then in the Boxster as he comes into the S's, hanging the tail out there on the Porsche. And hanging it out even more, then I think that might well have cost him a little bit of time, that second moment that he had, as Mark Tuth rounds to Torres. Bateman sits on the start line in his Renault Clio, and Steve Lyle, despite those moments, has done a 49.12 to go fastest in the Classic Marque Challenge amongst their runners. As Mark Tuth continues on up the hill in the Lotus Elise. Car 720. Neil Bateman is on the hill in the Clio. What can Mark Tuth do as Neil Bateman comes up to a Torres in the saloon car? Simon O'Sullivan is about to leave the line in his Lotus Elise. Mark Tuth does a 54.86, which is 12th quickest. Neil Bateman then in the S's in the Clio. Simon O'Sullivan is on the hill in his Elise, and he heads up towards Pardon as Andrew Platt gets away in his Lotus Exige. Neil Bateman coming towards the end of his run does a 53.43. What about Simon O'Sullivan? But lock up there in the S's as Andrew Platt rounds Torres in the Exige. On up to Pardon he goes, and on the line car number 52 he gets underway. Simon O'Sullivan does a 51.69 to go quickest in his class, ahead of Neil Bateman. Andrew Platt then in the Exige, and then we get car 52 on the hill. That's Phil Matchwick in the Caterham 7 Road Sport. Andrew Platt does a 50.14. He goes quickest in class now in the BARC Speed Championship. As we see Simon Jones in the Austin Healey Sprite heading on up to Pardon. And pressing on up to the S's. Off the line goes car number 57, Jeremy Hawke in the MGK3. Martin Lund sits on the line in the MG Midget. And well, we have some slightly curious things going on with our timing equipment at the moment, but there we see the K3 rounding Pardon on up the hill. This is car 57, Jeremy Hawkes in the K3. I'm not sure if we're going to get a time on screen for him, unfortunately, as he goes under the line now. Nothing, unfortunately, for him. Away away goes Martin Lunn then in the MG midget. And it's another midget that comes up to the line, and that's car 59, Michael Fairclough in his machine, as Martin Lunn is round in a Torres. On up to Pardon. And oh, very tail happy out of Pardon there, but hangs on to it and continues on up the hill. That will have cost him a little bit of time though, as he comes to the S's. Left and right again, then into the left-hander. On up and round the right-hander at semicircle. Up to the line, and we get a time of 55.11 for Martin Lunn, as Michael Fairclough brings his midget up to a Torres, and Robin Davidson sits on the start line in the MGTF 160, but Michael Fairclough continuing on up to Pardon. A little squeal of tyres around there, but he's cleanly through there and on up. Through the S's end goes the midget as Robin Davidson makes his way up the hill in the MGTF 160, and Michael Fairclough comes towards the finish line to record a time of 68.36. Robin Davidson in the TF out of a Torres on up to Pardon. Jeff Marston sits on the line in the MGTC. Around the left-hander goes Robin Davidson then in the TF. The times are resolved now on screen, and it is Martin Lunn who is quickest so far in this MG Car Club Speed Championship category, ahead of Simon Jones, Michael Fairclough, and then Jeremy Hawke. Meanwhile, the MGTC of Jeff Marston comes out of the Torres, and off and up Robin Davison does a 61.18 to put him third quickest at the moment, as the MGTC a little bit understeer as he turns into the left-hander at Pardon, but he's fine, he carries on up. Robert Bell heads away in his MGF. Jeff Marston then into the S's. As Robert Bell rounds the Tories in the MGF on up to Pardon he goes. Jeff Marston does a 57.20 to go third quickest at the moment. David Jones is sitting on the line in the TF, but the MGF and Robert Bell continuing through into the S's as David Jones gets underway. Robert Bell pushing quite hard through that section at the top of the hill. And into semicircle. What time can he set as David Jones heads up towards it? Tories a 56.53 for Robert Bell, puts him third quickest in the MG Car Club series at the moment. As David Jones rounds Pardon and carries on up in the MGTF. Neil Walmsley on the hill in the MG midget, but the MGTF then coming into the S's. For David Jones, a 65.53, sixth quickest, as the midget of Neil Walmsley comes to the S's, and Nigel Pratton is on the hill in his MGTF 160. Neil Walmsley higher up the hill, pushing on, coming to semicircle now. What time can he register in that midget? It is a 63.57, sixth quickest at the moment as Nigel Pratton heads out of Parton on up the hill in the TF160. Martin Willicott gets off the line in his MGA, car number 66. The TF160 pressing on up to semicircle. And the right hand up to the line for a time of 61.23, sixth quickest at the moment as the MGA heads up towards Parton. Willicott, as I say, at the wheel. Peter Clark gets his MG midget off the line. And around Parton on up goes Martin in the MGA. A little bit twitchy, but maybe through the S's there into semicircle goes Martin Willicott. And what time will the MGA record? It is a 61.62, seventh quickest at the moment as Andrew Clark continues on up the hill in his MG midget. And Max Tyler sits on the line in his MG ZR 160. In fact, Max is out of Ettores and on up to Parton as Peter Clark does a 55.45 to go second, well in fact third quickest. He's identical time to car 2 Simon Jones. They've both done 55.45 against the 55.11 of our leader Martin Lunn. Max Tyler then in the MG ZR 160 coming through semicircle. And does a time of 60.64 to go into sixth place. Martin Chivers in the MGTF 160 is now coming up towards the S's section. Robert Griffiths is also on the hill in the MG midget. He is rounding Ettores as we speak on up towards Parton. And the older style MGTC of Dave Morris leaves the line. Martin Chivers does a 60.87 and puts him seventh quickest at the moment as the MGTC of Dave Morris comes up towards Ettores, rounds that right hand hairpin and on up to Parton. Just puts dropping a wheel off the track slightly, maybe on that left hander, I'm not quite sure. He's out of Parton of the left hand hairpin. Robert Griffiths does a 60.91 to go eighth quickest. MGTC really being pushed quite hard there through the S's, a little bit of a twitch there. Kevin Lahird is on the hill in the MGTF 160, he's heading up towards Ettores. And Dave Morris does a 58.28, that puts him sixth quickest as we have an, well, so off and straight back on there for Kevin Lahird in the MGTF 160. That will have cost him a little bit of time though. Keith Benningfield is on the hill in the MGTC. And away from Ettores goes Keith and that TC on up to Parton as John Egan gets his MG midget off the line. So after that slight excursion, what can Kevin Lahird do? He still does a 57.86 to go sixth quickest. What can Keith Benningfield do in the MGTC as out of Ettores comes John Egan in the midget. Just a slight lock up into Parton there for the midget. Good time for Keith Benningfield in the TC at 58.15, puts him seventh quickest. John Egan last of the MGs for the moment at least. The midget coming up towards semicircle. as Maggie Richards brings her Renault RS Clio 200 around Ettores. John Egan goes 4th quickest with a 56.48. And we are now changing classes as Robert Wilson gets away in the Lotus Elise. And we are into the first of the Midland Hill Climb Championship classes at the moment. Maggie Richards leading the way. Robert Wilson coming into Ettores in the Lotus Elise. And behind him on the start line is Zoe Sheeman in the Lotus Exige. Maggie Richards' time then, a 50, is that? No, that's not, that's an intermediate time. A 58.36 is her time. That's the time for her class rivals to aim for. So Sheeman is away. Robert Wilson now heading through to the S's now. And Zoe Sheeman brings the Exige into Ettores. This is looking fairly good at this stage anyway for Robert Wilson, who does a 48.70 to go faster. Zoe Sheeman rounding Pardon up as Sebastian Cartwright gets his Mini, classic style Mini, off the line. Zoe Sheeman then through into the S's. And Sebastian Cartwright brings the Mini around Ettores. Zoe Sheeman does a 55.37. Quickest, second quickest at this early stage. As Richard Pates comes out of Pardon on up the hill. That's Sebastian Cartwright, of course. Sorry, Richard Pates just started in the MG ZR 160, but the Mini of Sebastian Cartwright in the S section now. As Richard Pates brings the MG ZR 160 around Ettores on up to Pardon. David Garnett sits on the line in the Fiat Abarth 595. And Sebastian Cartwright does a 59.32 in the Mini. David Garnett is away in the Fiat. Richard Pates into the S's in the MG ZR 160. As David Garnett brings the Fiat Abarth into Ettores and out on up to Pardon. Steve Jackman gets off the line in the MGF as the Fiat around Pardon. Richard Pates does a 58.49, putting him 4th quickest in class at the moment. And the MGF of Steve Jackman comes into Ettores. On up to the left-hander at Pardon. As David Garnett does a 56.12 to go 3rd quickest in class. Oliver Meek is on the hill in his Honda S2000, but Steve Jackman there coming through the S's. Oliver Meek exits Ettores in the Honda. He's on up towards Pardon. Jonathan Langmead gets off the line in his Lotus Elise 135R as Oliver Meek does comes up into the S's. And Jonathan Langford rounds Ettores. Lock up into Pardon there for Jonathan Langmead, but he has one purple sector. Oliver Meek does a 54.23 to go 2nd quickest in class. Tim Elmer sits on the line and just goes away now in the Alpine A110, but the Lotus Elise, Lotus Elise rounding a semicircle. What can he do? He does a 49.17 to go 2nd quickest as Tim Elmer rounds Ettores in the Alpine. David Meek sits on the line in his Porsche Cayman GT4, but Tim Elmer then with lots of purple on his timing screen comes out of Pardon on up the hill. We are in a different class now, of course, with Tim Elmer the first of the cars in that class. David Meek is away in the Porsche Cayman. And Tony Adams in his Porsche Cayman comes up to the line. As the Alpine comes around semicircle to the line, David Meek exits Ettores. Tim Elmer does a 50.99 to set the standard for his class rivals behind him. David Meek out of Pardon. Away goes Tony Adams in his Cayman as David Meek in the blue Cayman comes to the S's. David Meek coming towards the end of his run, and he goes quickest with a 48.84 as Tony Adams exits Ettores on up to Pardon in the Cayman. Another Cayman on the line, that's Richard York's 718 GT4 with Club Sport version. Tony Adams and into the S's. Away goes Richard York. Tony Adams rounding semicircle up to the line, does a 49.53 to go second quickest so far in this class. Richard York comes around Ettores in his Cayman. As we've got Simon Tarling's Porsche 994 GT3 sitting on the line. And going away now as Richard York comes out of Pardon. Through the S's end goes Richard. Simon Tarling brings his 994 out of Ettores on up to Pardon. Richard York with a 50.79, third quickest. And Simon Tarling doing. We're going to move from a classic German mark to a classic British mark because the Morgan 8 of Mike Meredith is coming around Ettores. And powers his way up, that V8 engine powering him up to Pardon. Simon Tarling does a 52.00. Stephen Atkins gets away in his BMW M2 competition. And Steve brings the BMW into Ettores. Mike Meredith's 49.23 in the Morgan 8 puts him as second quickest. Robert Lancaster Gay sits on the line in his Porsche 997 GT3. And away goes Robert Lancaster Gay then in the Porsche. Steve Atkins does a 49.49 to go third quickest in class. Robert Lancaster Gay then coming up towards Ettores, down through the gearbox to negotiate that right hand hairpin, then powers it away up the hill towards Pardon, around the left hander, plenty of lock on to get around that left hander, on up, about to go into the S's. And then up to semicircle, and away he goes, and he does a 50.71 to go fifth quickest as well. Richard Andrews looking pretty rapid at the moment in that Porsche GT4 RS of his as he runs Ettores, and he's powering it up the hill. The appropriate registration plate on the back of the Porsche as he comes out of Pardon. Richard Snow sits on the waiting line, on the starting line in the Porsche Cayman, car number 99. As through the S's goes Richard Andrews. Well, he looks quick, but no purple time sectors for him so far as he comes around semicircle. up to the line and does a 49.19. So he goes second quickest, in fact, by about a third of a second, as Richard Snow takes his Cayman around Ettores and on up to Pardon. And John Maycock, car 100, sits on the line in the Mazda MX-5 as out of Pardon comes Richard Snow. Now he does have 2 purple sectors so far, make that 3 now as he comes into the S's. Around semicircle as John Maycock gets away, and Richard Snow does a 47.39 to be quickest by very nearly a second and a half at this stage in the class, as John Maycock really pushing that Mazda MX-5 into Ettores hairpin and out again on up to Pardon. Big lock up into the left hand hairpin, but cleanly around there afterwards. 1 purple sector so far for John Maycock, as Ian Richards gets away in the Renault R5, Renault RS Clio 200. Round semicircle for John Maycock, and he really is getting the most out of this car by the looks of it, and a 47.83, second quickest, less than half a second behind Richard Snow, as Ian Richards brings the Clio around Ettores and continues on up to Pardon. David Wilson sits on the line in the Lotus Elise. Away goes Wilson in the Elise, as through the S's goes the Clio of Ian Richards. David Wilson then comes into Ettores in the Elise. On up the hill he goes. Michael Thompson sits on the line in the Lotus Exige, car 780. As out of Pardon comes David Wilson. Lots of purple sector times for David Wilson, car 779 at the moment. He goes around semicircle. This is going to be a good time by the looks of it. 48.46. He goes quickest in class by very nearly a quarter of a second. Michael Thompson coming through. He's got 1 purple sector now then in the Exige as he comes through the S's. Alan Mansfield is on the hill in his Toyota GR Yaris as well. Michael Thompson then coming up around semicircle. How close can he get to David Wilson? He goes 4th quickest, in fact, with a 50.37 as Alan Mansfield heads up into Pardon. Tim Goodwin is sitting on the line in the Audi TTS. So the Audi TT then heading up towards Pardon as a 52.79 for Alan Mansfield. Tim Goodwin then goes on up past Pardon, continuing up the hill. 2 of the 4 sectors purple for Tim at the moment. Roger Stock sits on the line in his Toyota GR Yaris. In fact, Roger is out of Ettores. It's who's sitting on the line? It's Ian Fido in his Toyota Yaris. Roger into Pardon and on up. Tim Goodwin does a 51.56 to go quickest in class at this early stage. So we've got the 2 Toyota Yaris GRs or GR Yarises on the hill at the moment. And in fact we've got a 3rd one, that of Tony Hawkins, on the start line as Ian Fido goes around Ettores on up to Pardon. Roger Stocks does a 51.22 to go quickest in class by about a third of a second. How close to that time can Ian get? The time to beat is a 51.22, as I say. Tony Hawkins is rounding Ettores in his Yaris, car 109. Peter Richings in the Golf R sits on the start line. Hawkins then out of Pardon. Ian Fider does a 53.63 to go fourth quickest. As the Golf for Peter Richings rounds Ettores. Tony Hawkins goes quickest in class, 50.59. Made up a lot of time by the looks of it in the last section of the hill. As Peter Richings comes out of Pardon on up the hill. Paul Evans sits on the line in the Westfield. And Richings then through the S's, on up he goes. Peter Richings' time of 50.20 puts him quickest in class now, as Paul Evans in the SCIW. The Westfield is out of Ettores on up to Pardon. Paul Evans and through the S's in that Westfield. Joy Hoyle on the hill at the moment in the Caterham 7 coming into Ettores. What can Paul Evans do? He does a 51.76 and to set the time for the other class rivals to better, as around Pardon goes Joy with three purple sectors so far. Off the line goes Stuart Hook in his Westfield SCIW, as Joy Hoyle in the Caterham comes through the S's now. Stuart Hook into Ettores and out pretty cleanly, just a hint of opposite lock but nothing major. And it's the MK Cup 200 of Rob Lloyd that sits on the line, as well, Joy Hoyle's just done a 49.75 to go quickest in class at this stage. Rob Lloyd is on his way as Stuart Hook comes up into the S's. On up towards semicircle then comes the Westfield of Stuart Hook. Up to the line, he will set a time of 51.53 to go second quickest, as out of Pardon comes Rob Lloyd in the MK. Tony Higgins is on the line in the Westfield SEI. Using all of the curbing Rob Lloyd in the S's there, in the MK. Into semicircle he goes. This is looking promising for Rob, and he goes quickest with a 48.59 as Timothy Higgins rounds Ettores. Richard Price sits on the line in the Caterham 7, car 120. And a bit wide on the exit of Pardon there for Timothy Higgins. Richard Price is away in the Caterham. Higgins through the S's, as up towards Ettores comes Richard Price. Pretty cleanly around there, just a hint of opposite lock on the exit. Up to Pardon. And away he goes, and this is looking good for him. Timothy Higgins' time was a 53.85, which puts him in 5th place at the moment. Phil Tucker gets away in the Vauxhall Nova on car 123, but Richard Price then coming into semicircle. Can he take the class lead? He certainly can with a 46.69, but so by quite some way, as the Nova comes out of Ettores, goes up to Pardon. Out of Pardon then. Just the two cars in this class, and the second of those, the car of Andrew Russell, the Janetta G15 gets away. as Phil Tucker brings his over through the S's. And Andrew Russell in the Janetta comes into Torres. And that Phil Tucker does a 49.37, so that's the time for Andrew Russell to beat. Away goes Johnny Hellman, runner 5 GT Turbo Coupe. Andrew Russell not so far, by the looks of it, matching the time of Phil Tucker as he comes through the S's. Johnny Helm out of Torres in the Renault 5. George Sackness in the Renault Sport Clio sits on the start line as Johnny Helm comes out of Pardon, and it's a 53.91 for Andrew Russell. George Sackness is away. Johnny Helm then coming up towards the finish as George takes the Renault Sport Clio around the Torres, and on the line, one of my personal favourites today is the TR7 V8 of Nigel Elliott, car 129, as Sackness rounds Pardon. Johnny Helm's time was a 54.27, it's the time to beat. A lot of tyre squeal there for the Clio as Nigel Elliott takes the TR7 around the right hand hairpin and then into the left hand hairpin. Nick Powell sits on the line in the Super Impreza. George Sackness doing a 54.56 with 0.3 of a second off his class rival as Nigel Elliott continues on up the hill. Nick Powell gets off the line in the Impreza. Around semicircle goes Nigel Elliott in the TR7. His time is a 52.77 as Nick Powell comes up towards Torres. Stephen Moore sitting on the line in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. The Impreza cleanly out of the hairpin. These two, of course, rivals in the rally world a number of years ago. These two car models. As Nick Powell comes out of Pardon, off the line goes Stephen Moore. Up towards the S's comes the Impreza. Meanwhile, the Evo 6 is heading into Torres and around that long right-hand hairpin. Away he goes, the four-wheel drive no doubt helping into Pardon as Nick Powell records a 56.73, so that's the time for Steve Moore to batter. Steve Garner gets away in his Westfield SCIW. Stephen Moore then coming through the S's up towards semicircle as Stephen Garner comes into a Torres in the Westfield. Stephen Moore with a 56.84 comfortably outpacing the Impreza ahead of him. George Harding is sitting on the line in his Ford Escort 2 litre Mark II. As he gets away then from the start line in the Escort. Just almost lifting a front wheel there as he comes through the left-hander before he gets to Torres. Around the hairpin on up towards Pardon. Stephen Garner does a 48.95. Sliding around the last part of the hairpin there. George Harding, Simon Price is on the line in his Westfield SCIW. Away goes Simon as George brings the Mark II Escort through the S's. Up to semicircle. And fairly wide on the exit, but that's okay. A 49.79 then for George Harding in the Escort as Simon Price rounds Pardon. Raymond Law in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint sits on the start line. Car 816 and away he goes. Ahead of him 815 Simon Price coming through the S's at the moment. semicircle then goes Simon Price, and his time a 50.60 puts him 4th in class as into Pardon, and out goes Raymond Law in the Caterham. And then we have the Malik Mark 11 with Phil Fisher, car 140, sitting on the start line. As we see Raymond Law through the S's now in that Caterham 7 Super Sprint. Around semicircle, setting a time of 48.74 to put him 3rd in class, but only just over a 1/10 of a second separating 2nd and 3rd there, as Phil Fisher brings the Malik around Pardon. And on up, the more recent Malik, the Mark 20 of Robin Nicholson, sits on the line, the revs rise, and away goes Robin. Phil bringing his Mark 11 through the S's. Robin Nicholson bringing that newer, slightly more streamlined version around Itores, as the Dart 1800 of Mike Luck sits on the start line. Phil Fisher's time was a 51.31. So what can Robin Nicholson do in the newer car? He's in the S's at the moment as Mike Luck makes his way up towards Itores. David Bickley sits in the start line with his Radical SR1. Robin Nicholson coming towards the end of his run. Does a 48.97 to go quickest ahead of Phil Fisher, did a 51.31. And Mike Luck, those are the times that he is aiming for. So Luck then through the S's. Didn't look that quick there. I don't know whether he had a slight problem or not. Round semicircle up to the finish line. Does a 49.43 to go 2nd quickest by about half a second. David Bickley round to Torres in the Radical SR1. Martin Watts is on the line in the Silver Riot as Bickley comes out of Pardon. Through the S's then, there comes the Radical. As Martin Watts gets off the line in the Silver Riot, and round semicircle goes David Bickley. What time can he record? 48.17 puts him quickest by 0.8 of a second as Martin Watts comes up to Torres. So far, so good at Torres. Not too many dramas for anyone at that point. Yeah, we had a couple at Pardon, of course. And Martin Watts putting in some purple sector times now in the Silver Riot as the Force SR4 of Alan McDonald sits on the line, but we have a red flag out now. Not quite sure what for, to be honest, but red flag is out. And I think Martin Watts was able to complete his run okay, 45.79. And that puts him quickest by some way. And I think it might possibly be some debris or something dropped on the hill somewhere that has brought up the red flags. So debris cleared, flags back in, and hopefully we will see Alan McDonald quite quickly. But, he's got quite a challenge ahead of him at that time of 45.79 that was set by Martin Watts just a moment or two ago. So away goes Alan. And up to the line comes 1:49. That's Richard Weaver in the Empire Evo 2 as Alan McDonald heads into Pardon out and has a couple of purple sector times already. Now he has 3 purple sector times as Richard Weaver gets away in the Empire. But Richard in a different class of course. He heads up towards Ettores. Very neatly around the hairpin there on up to Pardon. Pretty cleanly around that one as well. Bernard Keeble sits on the line in his Van Diemen RF90 Formula Ford car. Richard Weaver round the semicircle on up to the finish line at a time of 42.24. Bernard Keeble around Ettores in the Formula Ford car, again a different class. Weaver sits on the line and now heads away in the Van Diemen RF91 Formula Ford car. Under the bridge she goes, and the left-hander that leads up to Ettores hairpin. Around Ettores, plenty of lock on the good understeer there, I think, and a slight kink left before going up to the left-hand hairpin at Pardon, out to the hairpin, and then on to the flick right, flick left in the S's. Max Hawkes is on the line and his Van Diemen RF84. Into the S's now, Lucy Weaver, and then coming up to semicircle around that right-hander and under the finish banner to do a 56.32, second quickest then as Max Hawkes rounds Ettores in his Van Diemen on up to Pardon. He goes. Can he get close to Bernard Keeble, who leads the way at the moment? Roger Bayliss heads off in his OMS Hornet as Hawkes comes through the S's and into semicircle and up to the line to do a 49.70. He goes quickest, beats Bernard Keeble by about 0.8 of a second as Roger Bayliss brings the OMS Hornet out of Ettores into Pardon. Stephen Potter sits on the line in the Empire Evo. Bayliss setting the standard for his class. 4 cars in this class. He's the first to negotiate it. Stephen Potter, the second of them, goes around Ettores and on up towards Pardon. And up to the line comes 1:59. And that's Mark Schlanker in the Force TA. But meanwhile, Stephen Potter coming through the S's as Roger Bayliss records a 62.81 in the OMS Hornet. Around semicircle for Stephen Potter and his time a 41.92. So a strong time for Simon Potter as Mark Schlanker brings the Force TA around Ettores and on up to Pardon. John Stockley sits on the line in his Force PC. Up then towards the S's, Mark Schlanker. John Stockley gets off the line. And Schlanker around semicircle. Does a 42.27, so about a third of a second slower than Simon Potter, moves into second place in class as John Stockley comes out of Ettores up to Pardon in the Force PC. Ben Fisher gets off the line in the Malak Mark II, the shared car, 840 Ben Fisher. John Stockley though negotiating the S's in the Force PC. other shared Malik, the Mark 20, sits on the start line. Samuel Nicholson at the wheel, car 841, as John Stockley does a 49.74 to move to third in class. And Fisher then coming up through the S's in the Malik Mark 11. Time to beat in this class of 45.79. Samuel Nicholson rounds Pardon. 52.45 for Ben Fisher, leaves him in 7th place. As Kevin Cregan in that wonderful Pilbeam MP88 heads away. Samuel Nicholson coming around semicircle. What can he do? It's not going to be fit as the rain starts to fall heavily at the top of the hill. It's a 48.65 then for Samuel Nicholson in 4th place. Kevin Cregan in the Pilbeam. Now the rain really hammering down, and that is going to cause a few headaches. Tricia Davis in the Force TA is off the line. Kevin Cregan having to back well off now as the rain really does come down here. And Tricia Davis rounding Torres. The marshals quite understandably getting their waterproofs on. Tricia Davis around Pardon. Michael Tregoning is on the hill as well. Kevin Cregan's time of 60.73, a lot slower than it would have been probably 10 minutes ago before the rain started pouring down. And Tricia Davis not, well, look at the spray coming off those tyres. It really shows just how much standing water there is on the hill now. Michael Tregoning is on the hill. Tricia Davis' time 59.83. She's actually quickest. She beats Kevin Cregan by 9/10 of a second as Michael Tregoning continues his way up the hill through the S's. Gavin McClowan sits on the line in the Pilbeam MP88. So Michael Tregoning virtually cruising into semicircle there in the MP88. Up to the line and does a 67.07 to go into 3rd place in class. As up comes car 170 as Gavin McClowan tries to negotiate Torres in his Pilbeam and is comfortably around there. It's William Luffridge in the Empire Wraith who sits on the start line. As around Pardon then goes Gavin. Powers out as much as he can anyway, because obviously you can't just, if he really floored it, he'd be just sat there with the wheel spinning. But William Luckridge gets off the line. Having to fight the car, he's coming in a straight line by the looks of it in this wet weather. And the left-hander, a little bit of a twitch there as he comes into Torres. Lots of lock, plenty of understeer around there. On up to Pardon. Gavin McClowan meanwhile setting the time of 67.55. William Luffridge doing well to negotiate Pardon like that. Comes to the right-hander and the left-hand king then into the tighter parts of the S's and really having to work hard to persuade the car to turn in by the looks of it. Then he comes up to semicircle, this long right-hander, and he'll be delighted no doubt to see the finish line. And his time a 50.72. Simon Andrews in the Van Diemen RF90 is coming into a Torres. .70 the time for him to beat in his class, but that was set in rather drier conditions, of course. Through the S's then he goes. On up into semicircle. up to the finish line to do a 59.00, which not surprisingly leaves him in 4th place. So just a short delay allowing competitors to change tyres to suit the conditions that face them now. So it'll just be a few minutes before we see the next car out on the hill, I believe. So, tyre changing completed. First car to the line is Calvin Broad in the Force TA Mistral, car number 171. This is the car that he's sharing with Alex Coles, in fact. And we're in Class K2 of the Midland Hill Climb Championship. So 1340cc engine power in this Force TA Mistral as Calvin Broad gets away then. And plenty of spray coming up as he heads round the left-hander into Ettores. And pretty cleanly round there. Powers his way up then towards Pardon. Gets it turned in well, gets it out cleanly, just a little bit of a twitch but nothing to worry about. Through the left and right into the S's. This looks like, well, as clean a run as you could expect in these conditions so far. On up he comes into semicircle. Around the right-hander and up to the line and does a 48.17. To go quickest in class so far. Jamie Chalmers now in the Walsh F302. Car 872. Out of Ettores up to Pardon. Not currently matching the times that Calvin Broad was able to do as he goes on up the hill. Now he does have one purple sector though. As he comes through the S's. On up, another purple sector appearing for him as he comes around semicircle up towards the line, and it's a 47.69 and he goes fastest by well, very nearly half a second over Calvin Broad. And once again we wait for cars to come to the line. And it looks like we are going to have, I think it's car 849 that is coming down at the moment, in which case that would be Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo 2 if I'm right. In Class I, sharing the car with Richard Weaver, they're the two contenders in this class in the Empire Evo 2 998cc. I assume therefore motorcycle engined machine. So away goes Tom. Towards Ettores he goes, gets turned in. You can see very clearly that he's running on treaded wet weather tyres now as he goes up to Pardon around the left-hander there, cleanly out of the hairpin, on up through the quite tricky bit of the circuit of the hill here. On around semicircle and there's a 45.50 compared to Richard Weaver's 42.24, presumably done in rather better conditions than the 42.24. And once again we wait for cars to make their way down. So next car up to the line is car 863, and that's Terry Davis in the Force TA that he shares with Tricia Davis. This 2-litre car running in class K1, along with some of the Pill Beams and Delara. And away goes Terry. Sounds like he might be struggling just a little bit to get the grip, to get the power down, as he goes around the left-hander on to Ettores. Cleanly around the hairpin on up to the left-hander at Pardon. Some purple sector lights showing. His time to beat is a 59.83 that Tricia Davis set. Zachary Zanuck brings his rate up towards Ettores. And Terry Davis does a 48.70 to move comfortably into the lead. Was fitted with the right tyres. Oh, bit of opposite lock with Zachary Zanuck. They're coming out of Pardon. Fighting to get the car turned in there in the S's, comes up to semicircle, and again corrections needed there as he goes, and the line does a 45.65 to go, well, quickest by 2 seconds ahead of James Chalmers. Pete Tatham leaves the line in the OMS 28. He goes into Ettores. On goes the power up the hill into the left-hander at Pardon. Cleanly out of there. Jonathan Evans is on his way in the Pilbeam MP88 as well. Semicircle, then goes Pete Tatham up the line. His time 52.00 puts him in 5th place as Jonathan Evans comes into Pardon and out. Away goes Ed Burgess in the Gould GR55. He had a problem with one of his practice runs, mechanical problems of course. Hopefully those are resolved now as Jonathan Evans comes up into the S's onto semicircle up towards the line, and there's a time of 57.43 which puts him 2nd quickest, but some 9 seconds back from our leader at the moment. Ed Burgess pushing hard. He's got purple sector times all the way so far in the Gould. Ed holds the record for a Bugatti on this hill. Up to line he comes, 48.34. So he sets the standard for the other cars in his class as Graham Wynn gets away in the Gould GRW59. He comes up to Ettores. A wide line in, quite deliberately I think in the conditions, a little bit of a twitch on the exit, but he's fine. Up to Pardon. Just delaying, putting the power down a little bit there I think because of the conditions. Into the S's. This can be quite an unforgiving sector of the hill if you're not careful. Into semicircle up to the line, and it's a 45.87, so he outpaces Ed Burgess by about 2.5 seconds. Terry Graves is on the hill in his Google DJ 55XD. He's out of Pardon on up into the S's. No purple sector times for him at the moment, as Morgan Jenkins stalls his Pilbeam on the line, but hadn't crossed the line, so he'll be fine. He can restart, go again. Terry Graves does a 49.47 to go third quickest in class behind Graham Wynn and Ed Burgess. Morgan Jenkins then having another go in car 875, the Pilbeam MP97, and he's cleanly away this time. And off up the hill he goes. To Walter Torres around there, quite cleanly around there as well, up to Pardon, turns it in, powers it out, and he's very neat through there also. Simon Jenks gets off the line in the Force TA as Morgan Jenkins goes through the S's in his Pilbeam into semicircle. What can he do time-wise? He does a 46.18 to go second quickest behind Graham Wynn, ahead of Ed Burgess. Simon Jenks comes out of Ettores up to Pardon. Powers it out of that left-hand hairpin on up to the twisty bits of the hill. Meanwhile goes Alex Coles in the Force TA Mistral, a shared car, 871. Semicircle of Simon Jenks, 52.65, and he's a fifth in the class. Ettores then successfully negotiated by Alex Coles. Pardon next. And well, it's hanging the tail out a little bit, but he's cleanly around there. On up he goes into the S's. Into semicircle and over the line, and it's a 43.59 to go quickest in his class, ahead of Zachary Zamet. Meanwhile, Simon Braithwaite is on the hill in his BMW M3. He rounds Ettores in that lovely saloon car. Up to Pardon. Looking very steady, but actually setting some good times as he comes up into the S's. John Chalmers leaves the line in the Ralt F302. As around semicircle comes Simon Braithwaite in the BMW and sets a time of 62.27. John Chalmers comes into Ettores. Out towards Pardon he comes. Charles Williams brings his Pilbeam MP87. Car 185 up to the line. As John Chalmers nears the end of his run, into semicircle he goes. And his time is a 46.83, which puts him third in class behind Alex Coles and Zachary Zamet. Away now goes Charles Williams then in the Pilbeam. Cotton brings his Delawa F300 up to the line, car 164, as Charles Williams rounds Ettores and continues on up towards Pardon. Turns in there quite cleanly. As we've got a problem there for Tony Cotton, who was stalled but had already crossed the line, so couldn't come back. He had to continue on up, but he's lost a lot of time as a result, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Charles Williams coming up through the S's. And then we see Tony Cotton rounding Ettores. Charles Williams does a 64.17. Jamara then out of pardon, heading into the S's. Tony Cotton continues around semicircle and up to the line, does a 65.19, puts him in 5th place in his class, despite that problem at the start. Well, I think we're now about to move on to the Bugatti Owners Club handicap category, starting with the saloons, and the first of those should be car 195. In fact, it is Adam Caulfield. And away goes the Austin A40 then, car 195. The little 1960s Austin heading into Ettores and out, cleanly on up to Pardon. Running a bit wide there on the left-hand hairpin, but staying on the tarmac. As away goes Steve Sims 192 in the Renault Clio 172 Cup car. The Austin A40 wending its way through the S's. And around semicircle as Steve Sims negotiates Ettores. Alan Caulfield does a 64.94, but that is 4.94 seconds up on his handicap time. Steve Sims then continuing on up in the Clio Cup car. Neil Brogdon sits on the start line in the Peugeot 205. Away goes Neil. Steve Sims around semicircle up to the finish line, does a 60.13, which is the quickest time, but on handicap puts him into second place as Neil Brogdon comes out of Vittori's up to Pardon. Andrew Till waits on the line in the Honda Civic Type R. But the Peugeot 205 then continuing on up is setting some faster sector times, but that needn't mean a lot when it comes to handicap times, of course, as Andrew Till gets away in the Honda Civic. Neil Brogdon rounds semicircle under the finish banner, a 58.62, but that in fact puts him in 3rd place, although it's the fastest time on the road. He's in 3rd place after handicaps are applied. Andrew Till then coming around Pardon in the Honda Civic Type R as David Hemming, car 303, gets off the line in the Renault Clio 182. Simon Cox comes up to the line in the Austin Mini Ritz. What can Andrew Till do? Again, he's showing his quickest sector times, but we have to wait and see what happens in light of handicaps as Dave Hemming goes up towards Pardon. And Till, now the fastest car over on scratch tyres, but also on handicap, he goes into 1st place. So Andrew Till leading on handicap at this point in time, as David Hemming comes up the hill in the Renault Clio. Rounding Ettores is the Mini of Simon Cox. 59.85 for David Hemming puts him 3rd on scratch and 3rd on handicap as well. Meanwhile, Rob Guttridge sits on the line in the Renault Twingo 133. Simon Cox in the Mini coming up to the S's now as away goes Rob. Into semicircle goes the Classic Mini, and his time 60.65, 5th quickest, 4th on handicap. Rob Guttridge then going up towards Pardon. Steve Mundy on the line in the Ford Fiesta. So the Renault Twingo around the left-hand hairpin, powering it away from there up towards the Estes, as away goes Steve Mundy, popping and banging in the Ford Fiesta and heading up towards Ettores. Just understeering a bit through that right-hand hairpin, but stays on the tarmac. Continues on up to Pardon. Rob Guttridge's time is 75.57. Steve Mundy looking quick on scratch, at least, as John Cavendish gets away in the MGB GTS. The Fiesta into semicircle. Up to the line does a 54.33, quickest on scratch, 2nd on handicap. So it's on handicap it's Andrew Till that leads the way at the moment from Steve Mundy and Alan Caulfield. John Cavendish is on the hill in the MGB GTS, just coming out of Pardon. Tom Moggy Rossi is on the start line, just leaving in his post box to S. Through the S's comes John Cavendish in the MGB. Now we've changed from saloons to sports cars, of course, so he will be setting the standard as Tom Moggy Rossi brings his Boxster around Ettores. And Andrew Wilcox sits on the line in his Caterham Super 7. John Cavendish then doing a 67.19, which is some 11 seconds short of his handicap time, his target time, if you like. What can Tom Moggy Rossi do? Andrew Wilcox is away in the Caterham. into semicircle, then comes Tom. Up to the line. And he goes quickest on scratch time and on handicap as Andrew Wilcox comes out of Pardon on up into the S's. Tim Duffy about to leave the line, car 249 in the Alpine GTA, and away he goes. And Andrew Wilcox with a little bit of understeer there around semicircle. He comes sort of a bit twitchy through there on the Caterham. Over the line he goes quickest on scratch, and he goes into second place on handicap behind Tom Mogirossi, ahead of John Cavendish. Tim Jeffrey then heading up towards Pardon in the Alpine. Neil Cogram sits on the start line in the Westfield SEIW. The Alpine continue on up into the S's. Around semicircle he goes, up towards the line. Third on scratch, third on handicap as well. That's Tim Jeffrey in the Alpine as Nigel Cogram gets away in the Westfield SEIW. Makes his way up towards Torres. Peter Lethbridge is on the line in his Caterham 7. Nigel turns in and around Torres on up towards Pardon he goes then in the Westfield. Car number 269 then turning into the left-hander. Away goes Peter Lethbridge in the Caterham. Nigel Cogram coming up to semicircle. Under the finish banner, he's fourth, both on scratch and on handicap as Peter Lethbridge heads up towards Pardon. David Slade sits on the start line in the MGB GTS, and those are the last two cars in the handicap category for sports cars. Lethbridge with one purple sector so far, so he comes up into the S's. What is his handicap is the question. He comes round semicircle as away goes the MGB GTS of David Slade. Lethbridge's time 59.49, which is quickest on scratch. Second place on handicap behind Tom Mogirossi. David Slade comes towards Torres in the MGB GTS. Powers it out of there on up towards Pardon, the last of the runners in this class. Through the S's then. David into semicircle, up to the line, 66.41, puts him sixth on scratch but fourth on handicap.
This is a call for car number 144, Martin Watts. Could you please return to your car immediately? Car number 144, car number 144, Martin Watts, to your car, please.
Well, on behalf of the organisers, I have an urgent call for the driver of car 144, Martin Watts. Martin Watts, car 144, can you get back to your car as soon as possible, please, in readiness for the first of the afternoon's runoffs? Car 144, Martin Watts, please back to your car immediately. Thanks very much. So we have Kieran Pilbeam in the Pilbeam MP62 on the hill at the moment, doing a demonstration run as we celebrate the Pilbeam mark here at Prescott this weekend. After this, we will be looking to get into the championship runoff, the first of two runoffs, of course, this afternoon. So we'll have the runoff, then we'll have the second timed runs and a second runoff. Well, we'll wait for the runoffs. Just a quick rundown on how the Midland Hill Climb Championship stands after the last round, round 10 at Loton Park. Leading the way on 90 points, it's Jonathan Varley, who isn't with us this weekend in the GWR Predator. Second on 81 points, Richard Price in the Caterham 7. On 78 points, it's Stuart Bickley in the Force TA. Then 77 points, Richard Snow in the Porsche GT4 RS. Two drivers on 75 points, that's Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo 2 and Alex Coles in the Force TA. Then we have on 72 points Matthew Price in the Radical SR3. 69 points Steve Garner in the Westfield SEI. 68 points Andy Tippett in the Brabham BT30X. Then on 67 points Pete Richards in the VW Golf R. 63 points it's Dave Wilson in the Lotus Elise JPS. And on 61 points that's John Langmead in the Lotus Elise. So all looking very, very close indeed at the moment, in with 10 rounds of well, I think it's 18 rounds in total completed. And then in the top 10 challenge, we're leading that on 63 points is Alex Coles in the Force TA. Matthew Ryder in second place in the Gould GR59J on 57 points. Then Jonathan Varley on 56 points in the GWR Predator. 52 points is Alex Summers in the GJ Firestorm. And then tied on 38 points, Stuart Bickley in the Force TA and Graham Wynne in the Gould GR59J. And Sean Gould is on 37 points in the Gould GR59J. Will Hall on 36 points, again in the Gould GR59J. Then 31 points is Wallace Mingies in the Gould GR59M, and rounding off the points standings off on 29 points, Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo 2. So that's how things stand at the moment in the championship. And we have one of those cars, the car that lies currently 10th place, I think, in the top 10 challenge, on the line now, ready to run first of the top 10 runners. top 12 runners, let's make that. And it's Tom Weaver, car 849, who did a 45.5 in the first timed runs. And away then goes Tom Weaver then in that Empire Evo 2. Round towards Ettore he goes into the right-hander on up to Pardon. Looks as if the track is drying out a bit to me at the moment as he comes out of that left-hander up to the S's. Through the S's. Under the finish banner, 44.04 the time for Tom Weaver. That's about nearly a second and a half better than the time he set in the first timed runs. Next up it is car 99, Richard Snow in the Porsche, who did a 47.39 in the timed runs in that Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. So away goes Richard with that time to beat a 44.04. He heads up towards Ettores now. A little bit of a twitch on the left-hander ahead of the hairpin there, but nothing to worry about. Out of the hairpin on up to the second hairpin, the left-hander at Pardon. Cleanly around there, powers his way on up. Right then left into the S's now. Semicircle up to the line. It's a 50.09, so significantly slower than his time 47.39 that he did in the first timed run. So we wait for the next car, which should be John Chalmers' car, 172, I think. That's due out next. John did a 46.83 in his timed run. And it is 172 then. John Chalmers coming up to the line in the Rolt F302. His time to beat, let me remind you, is a 44.04, set by Tom Weaver. Away then goes John in the Rolt. Torres. pulls it away from there on up to Pardon. Still a fair bit of water spray being left behind. A little bit wide on the exit of Pardon, but nothing too dramatic. Then heads into the S's. Round semicircle up to the finish line, and does a 45.83, which puts him in second place at the moment. Richard Price now is on the line. In the Caterham 7, Richard, car 120, did a 46.99 on the 0.69, sorry, 46.69 on his first time run. So Caterham cleanly around Ettores up to Pardon. Just hanging the tail a little bit through there, and again the next left-hander, but nothing too dramatic but at all. Into the S's in this Colin Chapman inspired sports car. Around semicircle up to the line, and it is a 51.96 then for Richard Price. Morgan Jenkins is on the line now in the Pilbeam MP97 car number 875, did a 46.18 on his timed run. He comes on up to Pardon. Cleanly out of Pardon, on up the hill into the S's. Into semicircle. And he does a 44.77, so about 3/4 of a second down on Tom Weaver, but that will put him into second place. Alan McDonald next in the Force SR4. Car 145, Alan did a 45.91 in the time runs. So it is still Tom Weaver that leads then from Morgan Jenkins, and John Chalmers in third place as Alan McDonald comes up to Ettores. On up towards Pardon. And he is down on time at the moment compared to the fastest car. So he comes into the S's, still seems to be dropping time at the moment. Into semicircle. And a time of 50.34 is going to put him into fifth place. Alan McDonald due up next. Car, in fact it's car 181 that comes up. It's Graham Wynn, of course, because we just saw. No, we didn't see Alan McDonald, did we? I'll get back to you on that one. Car 181, Graham Wynn in the Gould GRW 59. Did a 45.87 in his first timed run. And manages to stall, but doesn't cross the line. So the battery pack is plugged in to allow him to refire the car. and it fires up. And again the car stalls on the line. Not quite sure what the problem is here, but they can give it another try. Once again the car is fired up then. Can it be third time lucky then for Graham Wynn in the Gould? Well, it wasn't the cleanest of starts, but he gets away. It's popping and banging a bit as he heads up the hill. But looks pretty rapid to me as he comes round the left-hander into Ettores. Just putting the wheels on the inside on the grass there as he came round there, but it seems to have worked for him into the left-hander at Pardon. A little bit wide on the exit, but gets away with that towards the S as he goes, and 2 green sectors suggesting he is quickest so far as he comes into the S's, and more green sectors into a semicircle up to the line, and it's a 43.56. It is the quickest time so far then for Graham Wynn, 43.56, and that is more than 2 seconds quicker than he managed. But we have a red flag out for some reason. Not quite sure what that's for, but red flag is waving. Next up it will be Martin Watts in the silver Riot, who did a 45.79, so he was actually 800s quicker than Graham Wynn, who we just saw go fastest so far. So it looks like it was where Graham Wynn just cut the grass a little bit on the inside at Ettores. They've had to do some sweeping there to clear that, but that's done now and we're ready to get going. And it will be Martin Watts in the silver Riot. And away he goes. He comes up towards Ettores now, car 144. And a little bit twitchy coming out there, but very clearly see drier patches on the hill now into Pardon, and the tail just a little bit nervous as he came out of there, but he's okay. But not setting times that would suggest he's going to go fastest at the moment. Into semicircle he comes, and his time is a 52.70, which will put him currently in, I think, 8th place. Zachary Zamet sits on the line now in the Empire Wraith, car 870, did a 45.65, so he will have to find another 2 seconds, or improve by another 2 seconds to challenge Graham Wynn for this runoff. A little bit twitchy through the left-hander before Ettores, but he's around Ettores clearly, getting the pad, hanging the tail out a bit, coming up towards Pardon, but he's around there okay, out of Pardon. With opposite lock coming out to the left-hander, in towards the S as he goes then. And now he's showing green sectors, looks like he is quickest so far as he comes up to the line, and it's a 42.09, so a second and a half almost quicker than Graham Wynn. Zachary Zamet takes the lead in this first runoff of the day. 871 comes up the line now. Alex Coles in the Force TA Mistral. Did a 43.59 in this timed run. He's got to find a 1.5 seconds over that to take the lead in this runoff for round 11. Away he goes. Pushing pretty hard by the looks of it. A little bit twitchy coming to the left-hander into Torres. Pretty clearly around there. Looks like a good run so far. Green sector there for him as he comes out of Pardon on up the hill. Another green sector. Oh, hanging the tail out in the S's there in quite some style. What will that have cost him time? And he's still looking quicker into semicircle then. And up to the line, and it is a 41.28. He goes quickest by about 0.8 of a second. He moves ahead of Zachary Zamet. Mark Schlanker, the next car, did a 42.27, car 159, the Force TA. And away he goes. And the time to beat, as I said, 41.28, set by Alex Coles just a moment ago. He comes up towards Torres, around there, and cleanly out of there, on up to Pardon. Turns in. Hangs the tail out on the exit, but he's okay. Into the S's. Around semicircle. Can he do it? The run to the line. He does a 44.61, which is going to put him, I think, in 5th place, in fact. And the final car in this run, first runoff, is going to be Richard Weaver, car 149, the Empire Evo 2. We've already seen Tom Weaver go up the hill in as car 849. Tom currently lies in 4th place with a 44.04. The time to beat, Alex Coles' time of 41.28. So away goes Richard then. His time was a 42.24, so he's only about a second off the best time in the runoff in his first time run. So could he be the one to grab it as he comes out of the Torres on up to Pardon? Turns in, powers it away from there, up towards the S's. He's dropping time significantly, in fact, judging by the interval times. He's, well, if that's to be lead 2.5 seconds down on this stage. In fact, nearly 4 seconds down now as he goes around the semicircle and does a 45.82, which places him 7th. In fact, so behind Tom Weaver, the other driver of this car, and it is a championship runoff victory, it would seem, for Alex Coles. 2nd place for Zachary Zamet, 3rd for Graham Wynn, then Tom Weaver, Mark Schlanker, Morgan Jenkins, Richard Weaver, John Chalmers, Richard Snow, Alan McDonald, Richard Price, Martin Watts, and the first of our second time runs is underway already. It's Claire Tuth in the Lotus Elise, who is on her way up the hill now. Jim Hood also making his way in the Mazda MX-5. He was quickest in this class during the first timed runs. And I have to correct myself, in fact it was Steve Lyle who was quickest. Apologies for that. As Jim Hood comes out of into the S's now, and what's the time for Claire Tuth? 56.41. She's improved on her first run time of a 58.05 as Peter Dignan gets away in the Ford Escort Mark 1. Jim Hood rounds semicircle and sets a time of 54.14, so slower than his first run, which was a 53.36. Bit of a lock up into Ittori's there for Peter Dignan in the Escort. A little bit of oversteer on the exit, but he looks like he's got away with all that. He's into Pardon now, and really pushing hard as he goes up towards the S's. Thomas Cassier Warrington in the Reliance Scimitar is on the hill as well at the moment. What can Peter Dignan do as he comes around semicircle, looking a bit tail happy, as all good escorts do, of course. He does a 54.37, so he's found nearly 2.5 seconds over his first run. Thomas Cassier Warrington into Pardon. Ian Rosencroft is on the hill in the Ginetta G40R. What can Thomas do in the Reliance Scimitar SS1? It was a 63.60 on his first run, and it's a big improvement, 60.20 for Thomas on his second run. Ian Rosencroft coming up through the S's as Paul Holmes is on the hill as well in the Alfa Romeo 75. So Ian Rosencroft coming to the line, does a 55.75, just improves very slightly on the 56.06 that he did on his first run. The Alfa Romeo of Paul Holmes coming into the S's. Behind him is Gordon Pierce in the Porsche Cayman S. Gordon Pierce heading into Pardon. And what can Paul Holmes do as he comes towards the end of his run? He does a 61.77, so found about half a second improvement on his first run. Gordon Pierce in the S's, oh, very twitchy there for the Porsche Cayman in the middle of the S's. Comes around semicircle up to the line, does a 54.07 compared to his first run, which was a 53.78, so down a little bit on his first run as Andy Johnson heads up towards Pardon in the MX-5. Into the S's then comes the Mazda. Alfie Coles, also in a Mazda MX-5, is also on the hill. Around semicircle then comes Andy Johnson. Does a 59.34, so drops about a third of a second on his first run time as Alfie Coles comes, oh, and he's got it very sideways and he's into the barriers. I'm afraid not heavily though, only minor contact, and in fact I think he's going to be able to move on. He's fine. The car, if it has got any damage, is very light damage, but of course the red flags are out. So that, I assume, is going to be a failed run then for Alfie Coles in the Mazda MX-5. Ian Benningfield in the MG Midget will need a rerun because he was red flagged. Alan Voice is still on the start line in the Triumph GT6, so no problems for him. The Mazda car number 30 looking relatively undamaged, maybe a little bit of a dent in the one wing, I'm not sure, but not too bad. He's pulled it out away from the barrier, he's on the tarmac, and I think he's probably going to carry on up the hill, and he will be able to clear by himself. We need to get our red flagged car back down, of course, as well. That accident was a little while happening. He clipped a pole on the inside, well, on the outside or right hand, I suppose, but he went into the left hand and then across the track and into the barrier very lightly. So the MG Midget waits on the hill to be sent back down. That's Ian Benningfield, who will need to come back down and have a rerun. So the midget heading back down the road, back down the hill. Will come in at the paddock gate, and we will be able to get things hopefully running very quickly. So the midget then into the paddock gate. Alan Voice fires up the Triumph GT6, the red flags come in, and already we are set to a restart. Alan Voice in the Triumph GT6 did a 57.04 on his first run, and can he improve on that on this second run? Cleanly around Ettore on up to Pardon. Brake lights on into the left-hander, powers it out of there, up through that left-hander into the S's. Looks very clean, neat run so far. Coming up to semicircle, really throwing it around there. Under the finish banner, 56.55. So finds half a second improvement on his previous run, as Emma Ali makes her way up the hill in the Mazda MX-5, coming into Pardon. Did a 61.07 on her first run. Away goes Noor Ali and his Mazda MX-5. Emma coming through the S's now. Can she improve on that 61.07? She's into semicircle. Looks like she might just be able to improve it. Will she? Yes, 60.91 for Emma Ali as Noor comes around Pardon and on out. By the time he's looking to improve on is a 55.58 as Ian Benningfield gets underway in his MG Midget. Somebody Noah is into the semi-circle corner under the line of 55.42, so that is a marginal improvement, just over a tenth of a second improvement for Noah. Ian Benningfield coming up to Pardon in the midget. Wants to better the 59.81 that he set in the first run. Of course, he had that red flag stopped him on just a moment or two ago. So he's on this rerun as Paul Slade gets away in the Jaguar E-Type. And the midget then rounding semicircle. His time 59.07. So yeah, he does improve from 59.81 to 59.07. The E-Type is on the hill. Phil Oliver waits at the start and gets away now in the Master MX-5. And the E-Type then coming up towards the S's. Paul Slade's time to beat the 61.20 does a 59.35, so does improve on his previous time. Phil Oliver making his way up the hill in the Mazda MX-5 as Steve Thomas gets underway in the TVR Vixen. Phil Oliver's time was a 54.43. He might beat that. He does a 53.80 as Steve Thomas comes out of Ettores in the TVR Vixen. Bit of a lock-up coming into Pardon there. Wants to better his 54.65 on his first run as Aaron Sharp gets away in the Mazda MX-5. Davis on the start line in the BMW Z4. Steve Thomas coming up to the line in the DVR does a 54.02, so he's found about 2/3 of a second improvement. As into Pardon, running a bit wide there, but he's okay. That was Aaron Sharp in the Mazda MX-5. Away gets Alan Davis in the BMW. Time to better for Aaron Sharp at 53.83. He's coming up to line. He's not going to do it. It's a 55.08 for Aaron Sharp, so not able to improve on his first run time. As Alan Davis rounds Pardon and Kim Adams gets away in the Lotus Elite. Alan Davis's time on his first run 53.83. Can he get close to that on this run? As Kim Adams rounds Ettores in the Lotus Elise. Nigel Duffield gets away in the Reliant Scimitar GT Coupe. Alan Davis, Kim Adams, sorry, around Pardon. Alan Davis then a 54.16, just a little bit slower than his first run. Now Everett sits on the line in the TVR Griffith 500 as Kim Adams comes around semi and up to the line and has improved a 51.26 against a 51.92 earlier, and that has moved her up a couple of places into third place in fact, as the TVR Griffith comes around Ettores and the TVR Tuscany Rob Pack sits on the start line. What about Nigel Duffield ahead in the Reliant Scimitar? And he cannot improve. He's 51.88 on the first run, better than his 52.77 on this run. So Mark Everett then in the TVR Griffith. Currently lying in fourth place with a 51.86 and can't improve on that. Does a 52.11. Rob Pack in the TBR Tuscan. What can Rob do? Currently in second place with a 50.98. Needs to do better than 49.12 to challenge Steve Lyle at the head of the class. Steve Lyle is on the hill as well in the Porsche Boxster. What can Rob Pack do? He's under the line of 50.34, so he has improved, but not enough to get ahead of Steve Lyle. Mark Tuth sits on the line in the Lotus Elise. Now Steve Lyle leading with a 49.12. Can he do any better than that on his second run? Mark Tuth currently in 13th place with a 54.86. But what about Steve Lyle? Just a tenth or so down on his first run. He did a 49.12 on his first run, 49.24 on his second run as Mark Tuth comes out of Pardon. Neil Bateman sits on the start line in the Renault Clio. Car number 49, away he goes. Mark Tuth coming through the S's. Car 720. As I say, he wants to better 54.86 if he can. He might just do that. We'll see in just a moment. No, he doesn't. 55.12, so just a fraction slower, but quarter of a second slower than his first run. Nigel Bateman coming into Pardon. Simon O'Sullivan gets off the line in the Lotus Elise as the Renault Clio comes up to the S's. So Neil Bateman looking to better 53.43 if he can, and he may just do it. Well, 53.34, so yeah, by just about a tenth of a second he improves his time. Simon O'Sullivan in the Lotus Elise looks to better 51.69 as Andrew Platt heads away in the Lotus Exige as well. He leads the class at the moment. So what can Simon O'Sullivan do? He's not able to improve on his first run. He does a 52.99, so over a second down on his first run. Philip Matchwick is away. He currently lies in second place in class. Andrew Platt looks like he's improving on his first run time, despite the fact he already leads the class in the Lotus Exige, car number 51. As Philip Matchwick in the Caterham 7 heads up towards Pardon. And 50.02, so a little over a tenth of a second improvement for Andrew Platt leading his class. Can Philip Matchwick do anything to challenge that? He's well, a little bit twitchy there through the S's. Simon Jones is on the hill in the Austin Healey Sprite. Car number 55 coming out of Ettores. What is Philip Matchwick going to do? 50.78. He does improve his time, but not enough to get ahead of Andrew Platt. 3/4 of a second separate enough as Jeremy Hawke heads away in that wonderful MG K3. Simon Jones in the Austin Healey Sprite. Second in class at the moment with a 55.45 as he comes around semicircle. He's going to improve on that. Is he? Yeah, 52.78 puts him into the lead in the MG Car Club Speed Championship as Jeremy Hawke comes out of Ettores in the MG K3. Jeremy did a 69.96 on his first run. I would love to better that. Martin Lunn is on the hill in the MG Midget. Now he is the man who has just conceded his class lead to Simon Jones. Can he get it back again? Jeremy Hawke coming the S's in the K3. Not looking good for Martin Lunn at the moment. As we concentrate on Jeremy Hawke, comes around to the finish line. A 71.18, so down on his first run. Fairclough in his MG Midget. And Martin Lund does a 54.47, so improves on his first run time, but is demoted to second place behind Simon Jones. What can Michael Fairclough do? He did a 68.36, so I'm sure he'd like to improve on that. Robin Davidson is out there in the MG TF 160 as well. Robin, who did a 61.18 on his first run. So Michael Fairclough rounding semicircle up to the line, does a 68.09, so he finds about a quarter of a second improvement on his time as well. Robin Davidson in the MGTC, so Jeff Marston in the MGTC. Marston is around in Ettore, a little bit of opposite lock on the exit, but nothing to worry about. Now he was lying in 7th place with a 57.20 on his previous run. Robin Davidson has managed just a marginal improvement at just over a tenth of a second on his run. Robert Bell is on the hill in the MGF. But what about Jeff Marsden coming through the S's at the moment? Can he improve in this classic MGTC of his? Can he get up above that? He's got to find about 3/4 of a second to move up one place. He's coming up to the finish line. He does a 56.80, so he's found 4/10 in fact, but remains at the moment at least in 7th place. Robert Bell in the MGF, currently in 5th place with a 56.53. Would like obviously to improve in that. David Jones meanwhile in the MGTF, car number 63. David did a 65.53 previously. .57.07 for Robert Bell. Neil Walmsley is on the hill in the MG Midget. Martin Woolacott is on the start line in the MGA. It's David Jones coming through the S's at the moment, trying to better his 65.53 on the first run, coming up towards the line and misses out just 65.59, 600 slower than his first run, as Martin Woolacott brings the MGA around Ettore, yeah. Neil Walmsley finds a marginal improvement in his time, 63.43 compared to the 63.57 that he had on his first run. Martin Woolacott looking to better a 61.62 in the MGA. Clark is on the hill in his MG Midget, currently lying in 3rd place in the class, as Martin Woolacott comes to the line, does a 61.53, so he finds a 10th of a second improvement on his previous run, as we watch 3rd place man Peter Clark pushing hard out of Pardon, trying to better his 55.45. He needs to find almost exactly a second to move up into 2nd place. 1.02 seconds in fact. Oh, not quite sure, a little bit of a twitch there I think, but heading on up into semicircle, up to the line, and a 56.37, so in fact nearly a second down on his first run, as Max Tyler rounds Ettores in the MGTF, MGZR 160. Max to the 60.64 on his first run. Away gets Martin Chivers in the MGTF 160. Looking to improve on his earlier time of 60.87. Max Tyler then coming to the S's in the ZR 160. Rounds semicircle up to the line. and has found some time, 59.48, so he's found over a second in fact, but doesn't move up. He remains in 11th place. Martin Chivers in the TF160 there, car number 69. Robert Griffiths is in the MG Midget, heading up towards Pardon. Martin Chivers finds some time, a 59.53 for him, but stays in 12th place. Robert Griffiths in the MG Midget, looking to improve on his 60.9 run. Dave Morris in the MGTC comes into a Torres, car number 71. He's currently in 10th place. Martin Chivers now in 12th spot with a 59.53. Kevin Lahire gets away in the MG TF160. Dave Morris around semicircle up to the finish line, does a 58.06. And that has moved him up from 10th place to 9th place. He demotes Keith Benningfield, who still has his second run to come. As Steve Jackman heads away in the MGF. Meanwhile, Kevin Lahire in the MG TF160 coming through the S's. He's in 8th place. Steve Jackman around Ettores, goes on up to Pardon. Kevin Lahire with the 57.86, needs to find very nearly a second to move up a place. Keith Benningfield is also on the hill now in the MGTC. Steve Jackman then coming to the line. Can he move up at all? Yes, he moves up to 4th spot with a 55.92. So he's made up 2 places on this second run. John Egan in the MG Midget heading into a Torres. Keith Benningfield in 10th place with a 58.15, does a 56.96 and moves up 2 places to 8th spot then. John Egan in the midgets. What can John do? He's in 5th place at the moment, did a 56.48 on his first run. Can he move up from 5th? He's coming around semicircle, and it looks like a pretty good run. A 55.04 moves him up into 3rd place, in fact, behind Simon Jones and Martin Lunn. And on the hill at the moment it is Maggie Richards in the Renault RS Clio 200. Maggie looking to beat a better 58.36 on her first run, coming around semicircle now, up towards the line, 59.03, so not able to improve on her first run. Robert Wilson, meanwhile, in the Lotus Elise, in 2nd place, just a quarter of a second down on the leader, David Wilson. How can Robert do anything about that? 48.46 is the time he's aiming for to take the lead. He's not going to do it though. It's a 50.06, so can't in fact match his previous time. Zoe Shearman in the Lotus Exige comes into Pardon, looking to better a 55.37. She needs to find over a second if she's to go up 1 spot. This of course is Midland Hill Climb Championship Class 1. or class R1 I should say, A1, sorry. So Zoe Sheeman then coming up to the line, under the finish line, does a 56.68, so she is slower on her second run. The Sebastian Cartwright gets underway in the Austin Mini. Sebastian, who did a 59.32 and is down in the 11th spot after his first run, I'm sure would like to improve on that if he can. Richard Pate sits on the line, car number 82, the MG ZR 160. Richard lies in 10th spot at the moment, and away he goes. So can Sebastian get ahead of Richard Pates? He comes up to semicircle. Line and a 59.99. There's a slower time, unfortunately, than the 59.32 he did in the first run. Meanwhile, Richard Pates looking to better a 58.49. Only has to find well, about a tenth of a second, a little over a tenth of a second to move up one place. David Garner gets away in the field about 5.95. Richard Pates coming towards the end of his run, and he is a tenth down on his first run with a 58.60. Meek on the hill now in the Honda S2000, but David Garnett coming up to the finish line in the Fiat Abarth, and he has improved with a 55.73, but that hasn't actually moved him up a place at all. Oliver Meek in the S2000, 5th place after one run with a 54.23. Jonathan Langmead is on the hill in the Lotus Elise. He was 3rd after the first run. Oliver Meek coming at the end of his run does a 54.36, which again is just a tenth or so down on his first run, as Jonathan Langmead rounds pardon in the Lotus Elise, and Tim Elmer sits on the start line, car 90 in the Alpine A110 Pure. So Jonathan Langmead coming around semicircle up to the line, and less than a tenth of a second down on his first run. Does a 49.26 against a 49.17 in the first run. So say Tim Elmer is on the hill, and on the start line is David Meek in the Porsche 718 Cayman. So we change classes here. Tim looking to improve on a 50.99, which had him in 10th in class after the first run. Meanwhile, David Meek in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, 3rd place after the first run with a 48.84, but a second down on second place, 2.5 down on the leader. Tim Elmer's 50.07 has moved him up a couple of places to 8th position. David Meek coming towards the end of his run, and a second down on his first run, so he remains in 3rd place. As Tony Adams rounds pardon. Richard York sits on the line in his Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. What can Tony Adams do? Done in 7th place, but only Well, less than half a second could move him up to 4th position, in fact. And less than a second could move him up to 3rd. So what can he do? He's coming to line 51.59. In fact, he's slower by over 2 seconds, in fact, compared to his first run. Richard York comes out of Ettores. Currently down in 10th spot with a 50.79 on his first run, as Simon Tarling gets away in the Porsche 996. This is quite a tight class, in fact. Simon's down in 11th place with a 52-second run. There's less than 2 tenths separating the... No, there's less than 2 seconds, I should say, separating the top 5, as Richard York does a 51.90, which is down on his first run time. Mike Meredith is away in the Morgan 8, as Simon Tarling brings his 996 GT3 up through the S's. Looking to improve on that 52-second first run. He is rounding semicircle now. Don't think he's going to do it. No, he doesn't. A 52.95. So about a second down. Only Tim Elmer has improved his time so far in this class. So we're about halfway through it, as Mike Meredith comes through the S's in the Morgan 8. Steve Atkins is on the hill in the BMW M2 competition. What can Mike Meredith do? He does a 52.47. He has, well, he's nearly 3 seconds down on his first run, in fact. So nobody is, or hardly anybody, able to improve in this class on the second run. Steve Atkins coming through the S's in the M2 competition. He lies in 6th place. Has an opportunity to move up the order if he can just 49.41, so he's only improved by 0.08 of a second, and that doesn't move him up. He misses out on 5th spot by less than 0.2 of a second. Robert Lancaster Gay on the hill in the 997 GT3. His first run was a 50.71. As away goes Richard Andrews in that very beefy sounding Porsche GT4 RS. So through semicircle then goes Robert Lancaster Gay. What can he do as he comes under line? 50 seconds exactly, and that has moved him up to 8th place, and he's just 700ths quicker than Tim Elmer in 9th place now. Richard Andrews lying in 4th place after his first run. Away goes Richard Snow in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. Richard Andrews, a 49.20. He's exactly 100th of a second slower than his first run. Bit of tyre squeal for Richard Snow around Ettores there. He's into Pardon on up the hill. He leads at the moment by, well, just under half a second over John Maycock, who has yet to have his second run. In fact, is about to have it in the Mazda MX-5. So can Richard Snow extend his lead? So a little bit hesitant to me there through the last part of the S's. He's into semicircle and up to the line at a 47.81. He's nearly half a second down on his previous run. Still 200ths quicker than second place John Maycock's best run. But can John find that half a second that he needs to grab the class win? He certainly looks as if he's trying for it. He's around Ettores, on up to Pardon. Just a puff of tyre smoke coming into the hairpin, but he's okay. Cleanly round there. Into the S as he comes, pushing all the way. Ian Richards is on the hill in the Renault RS Clio 200. And John Maycock up to the line of 47.76. And he misses out. He's improved marginally, but he misses out by a little under 0.4 of a second to Richard Snow, who takes the class from him. Ian Richards at a 56.79 on his first run, which put him 8th in class. He comes round semicircle up to the line, might be slightly better, 55.86 in fact, but that hasn't improved his position by the looks of it. He currently lies in 8th place. David Wilson in the Lotus Elise on the hill here. Leads the class with a 48.46 first run. Isn't going to match that. It's a 49.52 for David. Michael Thompson lies in 4th place in his Lotus Exige with a 50.37. So can he find anything to improve his position? Comes up to the line, does a 50.35, 200s quicker than his first run. So it's David Wilson that takes the class. Alan Mansfield is on the hill in the Toyota GR Yaris number 105. He's looking to improve on a 52.79 on his first run as he rounds semicircle. Does a 54.51, so in fact drops nearly 2 seconds compared to his first run. Tim Goodwin in the Audi TTS, just coming out of Ettores, currently lying 4th in class with a 51.56, but 0.3 of a second would get him into the top 3. Away goes Roger Stocks in the Toyota GR Yaris, who is the man who lies just ahead of Tim Goodwin, in fact, after the first runs. So around semicircle goes the Audi TTS. What can he do? 51.61, so 500s down on his first run. Roger Stocks has had a couple of good sections so far. Ian Fido heads away in his Toyota Yaris. Ian down in 6th place at the moment with a 53.63. As Roger Stocks comes to the line, does a 50.57 and moves up to 2nd place by 200ths of a second. And the man that he's just snatched that off is Tony Hawkins, who has just left the line. Can Ian Fido better that 53.63 then that he had on his previous run? He needs to find nearly a second to move up to 5th place. He's coming into semicircle. Heads towards the line, does a 52.74 and does move up 1 place by 0.05 of a second. He gets ahead of Alan Mansfield. Peter Richings is on the hill in the VW Golf R, but what can Tony Hawkins do about getting his 2nd place back and possibly even snatching the lead, because he's only 0.4 off Peter Richings, who, as I say, is on the hill. He's coming to the line. What can he do? 50.75. He's slower than his first run by just over 0.1 of a second. He remains in 3rd place. Peter Richings leading then, and no one now able to take that lead off him. I'm sure he'd like to improve on his first run time of 50.20 if he can, as Paul Evans gets away in the Westfield SCIW. But what can Peter Richings do? 50.23 is 0.03 of a second slower than his first run as Paul Evans rounds Ettores. and Joy Hoyle comes up to the line. Paul Evans on a 51.76 after his first run in 7th place. Joy Hoyle in 4th place with a 49.75. Paul Evans coming towards the end of his run, does a 52.53, so 3/4 of a second down on his first run. Joy Hoyle rounds Pardon. Stuart Hook sits on the line, car 117, the Westfield SEIW, currently in 6th place. A 49.41 for Joy Hoyle, with 0.3 of a second improvement in time, but she remains in 4th place. Stuart Hook rounds Pardon. Rob Lloyd gets away in the MK Cup 200. He's currently in 2nd place, but needs to find a little over 2 seconds if he is to take the lead. Stuart Hook then coming up through the S's as Rob Lloyd exits Torres on up to Pardon. Stuart Hook with a 50.94 and remains in 6th place. Timothy Higgins on the hill at the moment in the Westfield SEI, but it's Rob Lloyd who's coming towards the end of his run in the MK Cup car. Can he grab that lead or not? No, he can't. In fact, he's slightly slower, 48.94, slightly slower than his first run. And Raymond Law could still grab that 2nd place off him. Timothy Higgins did a 53.85 on his first run, which obviously like to improve on that. Leader Richard Price is on the hill at the moment. What's Timothy Higgins going to do though? A 52.86, so he's found a second but not improved his position. It's a little bit of a rocket for Richard Price coming into Pardon there as Phil Tucker gets away in the Vauxhall Nova. So Richard Price coming to the line, does a 47.58, so very nearly a second down on his first run. Phil Tucker now heading up towards Pardon in the Nova. A couple of purple sectors so far for him. He leads the class by some way already, did a 49.37 on the first run. He's a little less than a 1/10 of a second down on his second run, does a 49.46. Andrew Russell is some 4.5 seconds back on him in the Ginetta G15 as he comes up to a Torres. Can he do anything to challenge Phil Tucker is the question. Johnny Helm gets away in this Renault 5 GT Turbo Coupe. A little bit of a twitch for Andrew Russell in the middle of the S's into semicircle. Don't think now he isn't going to be able to challenge. Does improve his time by over half a second, or 53.36, but remains in 2nd place in the class as Nigel Elliott gets away making wonderful sounds with that Triumph TR7 V8. Johnny Helm meanwhile bringing the Renault 5 through the S's, led but by less than 0.4 of a second in the class after the first run. He's coming towards the end of his run and does a 54.43, so isn't able to improve on his time. Nigel Elliott out of Pardon. Looks like this is a quick run for Nigel in the TR7. Nick Powell gets away in the Subaru Impreza Type RA. Nigel Elliott did a 52.77 on his first run. No one to challenge him in his class as he comes around semicircle up to the line. 52.42, so yeah, another slight improvement for him. 0.3 of a second, maybe 0.4 up. As Nick Powell comes out of Pardon, Stephen Moore, his rival in the Mitsubishi, is on the hill as well, although there was 10 seconds between them after the first run. Moore leading the way. Can Nick Powell get any closer then to the Evo 6 behind him? He's a rounding semicircle coming up to the line, and well, he's a couple of down on his first run. He does a 56.94. So Stephen Moore has the class in the bag, but I'm sure again he'd like to improve if he can. He rounds semicircle up to the line, does a 46.64, and does indeed improve by 0.2 of a second. Steve Garner rounds the Torres in the Westfield SEIW. Two purple sectors for him so far. He hasn't got any competition in his class, but looking to improve on his 48.95 that he did in his first run. Away goes George Harding in the Ford Escort 2 litre Mark II car. Steve Garner comes to the line and does a 48.06, so he's found about 0.9 of a second then improvement on his previous run. George Harding rounding Torres in that 2 litre Escort on up to Pardon. Simon Price gets away in the Westfield SEIW. George Harding similarly unchallenged in his class, but looking to improve on a 49.79 second run on the previous run. He might have lost just a little bit of time through the S's as he comes into semicircle, pushing all the way though and hanging the tail out a little bit. Does a 50.19, so 0.4 slower than his first run as Simon Price brings the Westfield up the hill. Simon currently in 5th place, looking to improve on that as he comes up towards the end of his run to 50.82, so he's got a quarter of a second down on his first run, so remains in 5th place. Raymond Law currently in 3rd place in the class in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. Would obviously love to better that if he can. It's a 48.91. It's a couple of tenths down for Raymond Law, so he remains in 3rd place as Phil Fisher brings the Malik Mark 11 up the hill. Robin Nicholson's also on the hill in the Malik Mark 20. Phil Fisher 51.31 on the previous run, would like to improve on that. Obviously Robin Nicholson likewise would love to improve on his 48.97. Phil Fisher's done a 51.00, but leaves him in 7th spot. Mike Luck is underway in the Dart 1800, currently in 6th place, 1 place behind Robin Nicholson after the first run. Mike Luck into Pardon. What can Robin Nicholson do? He's well, significantly slower than his first run. He did 48.97 on the first run, 52.17 on the second run. David Buckley on the hill in the Radical SR1, heading up to Torres now. David Bickley, I should say, not Buckley, sorry David. What's Mike Luckman do? He does a 48.29, which has moved him up a couple of places, in fact, up to 4th spot. 1 place behind Bickley, who's on the hill at the moment, having done a 48.17. Class leader Martin Watts is also on the hill at the moment in the Silver Riot, heading around the Torres. So only got a couple of tenths advantage over Alan McDonald behind him. David Bickley's improved his time to 47.27, but remains in 3rd place. What can Martin Watts do? Because his closest rival, Alan McDonald, is going to be next up the hill. Watts then coming around semicircle up to the line. Does a 46 seconds, so that's 2 tenths down on his first run. So the ball is in Alan McDonald's court as he comes up towards the Torres now. Into Pardenham comes the Force SR4. There's 1 purple sector showing at the moment. So he comes up towards the S's. To say he's only looking for 0.12 seconds to become the class leader. Comes up to the line, does a 45.71, and he has taken it by 800ths of a second. Alan McDonald takes the class lead by 800ths of a second. Coming out of the Torres at the moment, the Empire Evo 2 of Richard Weaver, who currently leads his class by about 2 1/4 seconds. Bernard Keevil heads away in the Van Diemen RF90, running in a different class. Just Richard and Tim Weaver competing for this class, and about 2.5, 3.5. Try that again, 3 1/4 seconds separating them. And Richard Weaver 6 tenths down on his previous run, does a 42.85. Bernard Keevil heading out towards Pardon in the Van Diemen. Lizzie Weaver in her Van Diemen is on the hill. So Bernard Keevil in 2nd place after the first running class, and needs to find 8 tenths to take the lead. Lizzie Weaver 3rd in the class. Bernard Keevil does a 51.08, so in fact he's about half a second down on his first run time. What about Lizzie Weaver? She comes through the S's. And away goes class leader Max Hawks as Lizzie Weaver and comes up to semicircle. She'll see the finish barrier in just a moment. There it is, and a 56.07, so she has improved but remains 3rd in class. As class leader Max Hawks comes out of Torres on up to Pardon, and Roger Bayliss sits on the start line in his OMS Hornet. Through the S's then comes the Van Diemen of Max Hawks. Really is something a lot of honour for Max as he comes up to the line and does a 49.03, so he improves by 2/3 of a second on his first run as he secures the class win. Roger Bayliss meanwhile coming up to Torres in the OMS Hornet. Bayliss, who is 4th place in fact in his class at the moment, which is class J2 of the Midland Hill Climb Championship. Stephen Potter, who leads that class, heads away now. But Stephen leading only by about 3/5 of a second, in fact. Archie Bayless picking up a little bit of time, 62.03 keeps him in 4th place. So a bit of a twitch there for Stephen Potter as he looks to secure the class lead. And he comes up to the line, does a 42.61, so he is down on his first run. And Mark Schlanker, who's in 2nd place, 0.35 back from him, is on the hill now. Can he take the class lead away from Simon Potter? As he heads up towards Pardon in the 4th TA. Oh, bit of a twitch there as he came out of the hairpin. Will it cost him maybe a 10th or 2? Car 160, John Stockley comes up to line, currently lying 3rd in this class in the Falls PC. But what about Mark Schlanker? Is he going to snatch the class as he comes to line? Does a 42.08. He misses out by 0.16 of a second. So Stephen Potter hangs on to the lead. Mark Schlanker takes 2nd place, and you've got to wonder what would have happened without that slight moment that he had on the run up the hill. John Stockley then in the 4th PC, rounding the Torres. Ben Fisher sits on the start line in the Malik, Mark 11. John Stockley currently in the 3rd place and would have to find something like, well, 7 3/4 seconds to move up a place. So we'll just wait and see what happens. And Fisher is on the hill in the Malik, Mark 11. Stockley comes around to the line, and he has improved. He's improved by 5 seconds, but remains in a 3rd place with a 44.41. Kevin Creven is on the line in the Pilgrim MP88, car 162, but we're looking at 840 Ben Fisher, who has a best at the moment of 52.45, and obviously would like to improve on that, move up the order. He's coming up to the finish line. It could be an improvement. It is. It's a 50.39. Just moves him up to 1 place ahead of Phil Fisher, in fact, into 7th spot as Kevin Creven comes around the Tories in the Pilgrim MP88. Kevin, who currently lies 4th in his class, K1. Needs to find about 0.9 of a second to move into the top 3. In 3rd place just ahead of him is Trisha Davis, who just leaves the line now in the 4th TA, and Kevin has got purple sectors all the way up the hill so far, and he comes to the line and he takes the lead with a 45.01, some 3+ seconds faster than anyone else in the class, as Trisha Davis heads up the hill into Pardon out of there, and she has 2 purple sectors already. So can she grab the lead as Tony Cotton gets away in the Dallara F300? Trisha Davis, another purple sector for Trisha in the 4th TA. She's into semicircle. She's coming up to the line under the finish and moves into the lead with a 44.08, nearly a second quicker than Kevin Creven. So it's Trisha Davis who leads the class. Tony Cotton now rounding Pardon out of there. He is in 5th place at the moment. These cars did have some of the worst of the weather conditions on their first runs, as Michael Tregoning in the Pilgrim MP88 gets away. What can Tony Cotton do? He's got 1 purple sector showing by the looks of it at the moment. He does a 48.12 and moves into 3rd place in the class as Michael Tregoning in the Pilgrim heads up to Pardon. Gary McLaren in the Pilgrim MP88 sits on the start line. Into the S's then comes the other Pilgrim MP88 of Michael Tregoning. Around semicircle he goes. This could be a good time. 47.02 moves him into 3rd place ahead of Tony Cotton then. Gavin McLaren in the Pilgrim MP88 is on the hill. And on the line is William Luffridge in the Empire Wraith, running in a different class, of course. But what can Gavin McLaren do? As William Luffridge runs up towards the Tories around there. Gavin McLaren moves into third place ahead of Michael Dragoni. So it's Trisha Davis then who leads that class from Kevin Creven, Gavin McLaren, possibly still another couple of cars to come up the hill in that class. But William Luffridge, who was 6th in class, setting lots of purple sector times again. Comes up to the finish line and he takes the class lead under 40 seconds, 39.99 for William Luffridge. And therefore into the lead as Kelvin Broad sits on the start line in the Force TA Mistral, currently 6th in class, but as we've seen that means nothing at the moment because of the weather conditions, the changing weather conditions. Everything seems to be getting turned on its head currently. Kelvin Broad then on his way up to Ettores, around there on up to par. Jamie Chalmers in the Rolt F302 waits on the line. Jamie was 5th in class after the first run. What can Kelvin Broad do in the Force TA? Can he improve on his 6th spot currently? He goes around semicircle up to the line and he moves up to 2nd place with a 40.89, just less than a second down on William Luffridge, our new class leader. And we wait for Jamie Chalmers' car, 872, to get away. Rolt, off he goes. Can he make up time on this second run? Improve on that 6th spot. Out of the Tories on up to Pardon. As up to the line comes car 173. So Jamie Chalmers rounding over the line, 42.04. He moves into 3rd place in class as Pete Tatham takes to the hill, down in 7th spot at the moment in the OMS 28. Oh, and sliding. Oh, and a lock up into Ettores. He is trying. He really is. Out of Ettores, on up to Pardon. One purple sector for him. Gets it cleanly out of Pardon. On up towards the S's. Pete Tatham pushing really hard here through the S's. Hanging the tail out again in the S's. Is this the quickest way to do it? Well, we'll find out in a moment. He's around semicircle. He's up to the line, 40.94. He moves into 3rd place, just 0.05 of a second back from Kevin Broad in 2nd place. It's Tom Weaver now who sits on the line. And he will be looking to better the 42.24 set by Richard Weaver a little earlier on, well in fact on the first run, that was that. Tom out of Ettores, on up to Pardon. And purple sectors all the way so far for Tom. Up towards the S as he goes, still purple. Into semicircle. What can he do? He can take the class with a 40.53. Tom Weaver then taking the class with that 40.53 as Simon Andrews heads up the hill in the Van Diemen RF90. So we're back to the Formula Ford runners. He is currently 4th in class and would need to find 10 seconds in fact to take a win, but a little under 3 seconds would give him 3rd in class. He comes up to the line and he does a 50.20 and takes second in class. So Simon Andrews there moving up from 4th to 2nd as Sandra Tomlin gets away in the Pilbeam MP97, car 175. And this is her first run by the looks of it. As away goes 176, Terry Graves currently 4th in class. Up to line comes 177, Simon Jenks, who is 5th in class. But Sandra Tomlin goes from not having had a run to lead in the class with a 44.95, nearly a second quicker than anyone on the first run. But Terry Graves has got lots of purple sectors as he comes up the hill. Simon Jenks is away in the 4th TA. Terry Graves coming towards the end of his run. And a 40.05 gives him the class lead as Simon Jenks exits the Torres. And up to the line comes Ed Burgess, 180. Currently down in 5th spot, which is not what Ed is used to at all. As Simon Jenks rather heads up into the S's. Isn't currently showing any purple sector times, so isn't threatening the leader, but could still move up the standings as he rounds semicircle up to the line, and he moves up to 2nd place, in fact, with a 42.41. What can Ed Burgess do in the gold GR55? He's on the hill. Going up to Torres Loop the first time that we see. On up to Pardon, no purple sectors yet for Ed as he heads to Midway, and then the S's, still not much to put any purple sectors in at the moment, and into semicircle and up to the line, and he does a 40.32 and he misses out on the class lead by around about a quarter of a second. Graham Wynn is on the line now in the gold GRW 59. What can Graham manage? He was leading the class. Can he get that lead back? And to Torres he goes then in the gold. On up to Pardon. Purple sectors all the way so far. Still purple as he goes through Midway onto the S's. And up to semicircle. It's looking good for Graham Wynn as he comes up to the line. Does a 40 seconds exactly and takes the lead by 0.05 of a second. And he's less than a third of a second clear of 3rd place as Samuel Nicholson goes up the hill in the Malak Mark 20. Samuel's currently in 5th spot, but is again putting in lots of purple sectors as he comes to semicircle, up to the line and takes the lead in that class and wins the class with a 44.37. On the hill now, Jonathan Evans in the Pilbeam MP88 around Pardon. Jonathan really needs to find some time here. He's 7th in class at the moment. Lots of people putting in faster times though in the second runs, and he's coming around semicircle. He's going to move up the order, I'm sure. And he moves up to 3rd place with a 46.43. Terry Davis wants to do a similar sort of thing. He's on the hill now in the 4th TA. And he will be looking to move up the order unquestionably. again. Purple sectors all the way for Terry as he comes into semicircle up towards the line, and he takes the lead with a 40.80, over 3 seconds quicker than his nearest rival. Zachary Zamet makes his way up the hill, up now into Pardon. Zachary done in 6th place in his class at the moment, but again, everybody so far in this second run in his class has been a lot quicker, so he will be looking for the same sort of thing. And he does have some purple sectors. He wasn't quickest on the early part of the hill, but he has made up time since then. He goes under the line and he takes the lead with a 38.15. Simon Braithwaite now in the BMW M3. Beautiful looking car. Around no competition in the class for him. And what sort of a runoff have we got ahead of us? This really is terrific action here at Prescott this afternoon. Simon Braithwaite continuing up the hill, would like to improve on the 62.27 that he did on his first run, and it looks very much as if he's going to do that because he's got lots of purple on the timing screen, and he comes up and is going to improve significantly with a 55.63, so about 6.5 seconds, I think. As Alex Cole from the fourth TA comes out of victorious up to Pardon. And that car looking pretty much like it's on rails at the moment. Can he get the better of Zachary Zamet, who did that 38.15 just a moment ago? He's got purple sector for all but the first sector at the moment. He's around semicircle. He's heading to the line, and a 37.80 gives him the class lead as John Chalmers, the one remaining competitor in this class in the Volt RF302, sits on the start line at the moment. The only man who can take the class win from Alex Coles heads away up the hill. So Chalmers into the Torres in the Volt. Pilots it out on up as we get a red flag out, in fact. Although that's not stopping John Chalmers by the looks of it. I think the problem, whatever it is, must be debris behind him as he goes through the S's and is able to continue with his run. Bit of a twitch there in the middle of the S's for John. I don't think he's going to be able to take the win, but where can he move to? He's under the finish. A 41.14 moves him just at one place up then to second, to 6th place, one position ahead of Jamie Chalmers.
It's only a piece of tape that's collected going back on post flag.
So it sounds like it's just a small piece of debris, some tape or something on the track, which has now been cleared away by our wonderful marshals, and we're ready to go again. So up comes Morgan Jenkins, car 875 in the Pilbeam MP97. And away then goes Morgan. Into the Tories, powers his way out, up to Pardon, out of Pardon, into the S's. Line 6th in class comes up to the line and moves to 2nd in class 1/100th of a second behind the leader. Graham Wynn has done a 40.00. Morgan Jenkins has done a 40.01, and then in third place is a time of 40.05. So 500ths of a second separating the top three in that class. Amazing competition here at Prescott as we get now into the Bugatti Owners Club handicap contenders, the saloon cars, and at the moment it's Alan Caulfield who is on the hill in the Austin A40, and Steve Sims in the Renault Clio 172 Cup car as Neil Brogdon gets away in the Peugeot 205. Alan Caulfield leading now on handicap, 6th on scratch times, but leading on handicap just 0.49 off his target time as Steve Sims comes out of the Tories on up to Pardon. Purple sector times for him. Steve Sims is quickest on scratch times with a 53.69, was second on handicap. Now we see Neil Brogdon in the Peugeot 205. As he comes towards the end of his run, what can he do? Well, he goes quickest on scratch time, but only third quickest on handicap. Andrew Till in the Honda Civic Type R, coming out of Pardon on up the hill. What can he do? He's now down in 4th place on handicap and on scratch as well, in fact, after his first run. So can he improve? He's rounding semicircle up to the line and does a 55.73. Leaves him in 4th place on scratch, but moves up 1 place to 3rd on handicap as David Hemming in the Renault Clio 182 rounds Pardon. Simon Cox gets away in the Austin Mini Ritz. David Hemming then was 5th on scratch, but not showing in the top 5 of handicap after the first runs. Hemming heading towards the line. There's a 54.17, which puts him 3rd on scratch and puts him in the lead on handicap. By 200ths of a second on handicap, he now leads Alan Caulfield. Simon Cox, meanwhile, in the Austin Mini Ritz, heading up the hill. Rob Guttridge is also on the hill in the Renault Twingo 133. But Simon Cox coming towards the end of his run. Moves up to 5th with a 55.55 on scratch time, but doesn't show in the top 5 on handicap. Rob Guttridge making his way up the hill, as is Steve Mundy in the Ford Fiesta. Steve Mundy coming towards Torres, round in there. Steve Mundy at the moment putting in purple sectors, which is just saying that he's quickest on scratch. Doesn't necessarily mean that he will do well on handicap, though. We have to wait and see. As Rob Guttridge does a 63.22, he improves his time, but doesn't improve on handicap. Steve Mundy then coming towards the end of his run, sets the fastest time and also goes into the lead on handicap, having bettered his target time by a 1/10 of a second. John Cavendish is going well at the moment in the MGB GTS car number 200. We are now into the sports cars, of course. John Cavendish coming to the end of the run does a 56.69. That puts him quickest on scratch and top on handicap as well, taking the lead off on handicap of Tom Argyros, who's on the hill at the moment. Coming up through the S's, Andrew Wilcox also on the hill, currently at the bottom part of the hill, as Tom Marques then makes his way up towards the finish line. Andrew Wilcox out of Ettores. Tom Marques goes fastest with a 54.68, but remains in second place on handicap. Andrew Wilcox then coming up the hill in the Caterham Super 7. He's fourth on handicap and on scratch. After the first run, he goes fastest on scratch, up to third place on handicap, as the Alpine GTA of Tim Jeffrey comes out of Pardon on up the hill. Nigel Cogram is also on the hill in the Westfield SEIW. So Tim Jeffrey does a 51.05, and he now takes the lead, not only on scratch but also on handicap, bettering his handicap time by 0.43 of a second. So things really are taking a shake up here in this handicap class. Nigel Cogram is the next man on the hill in the Westfield SEIW. He's coming around the semicircle towards the end of his run. What can he do? He moves up to third place on scratch, fourth place on handicap, as Peter Lethbridge comes out of Pardon on up the hill in the Caterham 7. He is sixth on scratch at the moment, isn't showing in the top 5 on handicap though. He goes around semicircle up to the line and moves up to second on scratch and fifth place on handicap. So at the moment it looks like it is a win on handicap for Tim Jeffrey, who was also quickest on scratch. Second place on handicap for John Cavendish, and third for Tommy Marques, who was leading on handicap after the first runs. And out now we get car number 900. David Slade in the MGB GTS. And away goes David then. Heading up towards Ettores, and the right-hander he goes on up the hill to Pardon. Coming up in just a moment or two will be the all-important runoff, of course, definitely not to be missed, especially after the first runoff, which gave us some terrific action. Dude who's just joined the chat. And David Slade then coming towards the end of his run. Does a 57.93, big improvement on his time, but remains in 7th place and not in the top 5 on handicap either. So we will be moving into the runoffs in just a moment or two. Just a quick run up the hill for the clock of the course, just checking everything is ready for this all-important runoff. And the runoff order should be as follows. 171 Calvin Broad, who did a 40.89 on his second timed run. 170 William Luffridge did a 39.99. Then it's 172 John Chalmers did a 41.14. Then it is 173 Pete Tatham, who did a 40.94. 863 Terry Davis, who did a 40.80. 849 Tom Weaver, who did a 40.53. 180 Edmund Burgess, who did a 40.32. 176 Terry Graves did a 40.05. Then it's 875 Morgan Jenkins, who did a 40.01, and 181 Graham Wynn, who did a 40.00. And then 870 is Zachary Zamet, who did a 38.15, and the last car to participate in the runoff would be 871 Alex Coles, who did a 37.80. Just a reminder of what's still to come here at Prescott, and there's plenty to look forward to. On the 2nd and 3rd of August, the Vintage Sports Car Club are back here with their Vintage Prescott short course meeting, a classic meeting where they always opt for the short course that doesn't include the Torres hairpin. Then on the 16th of August, it's the Prescott Mini Fest. On the 6th and 7th of September, the British Hill Climb Championship pays its second visit of the year. And then on the 20th of September, the Vintage Sports Car Club are back here, this time for a one-day meeting using the long course. And the 4th of October, the Hill Climb season finale. And then a really terrific event on the 1st of November. One of my favourites is Rally Prescott, where rally-themed cars compete up the hill, both in daylight and after dark. It really is a terrific event, all a bit different from what we're used to. But nevertheless thoroughly enjoyable. That's Rally Prescott. So plenty to keep you entertained yet this year here at Prescott, the home of the Bugatti Owners Club. Well, the course car is heading down the hill, so hopefully we'll be able to get back underway very, very shortly. That electric-powered Ford Capri, supplied by Cheltenham Ford, and as I say, a big thank you to them for their support. And quite an interesting car that one, with a look at that Ford Capri. So we are all set to go now, because the course car is back and we're about to get into the all-important runoff. Not to be missed, I promise you. Don't move an inch, because this is going to be pretty special, I suspect. So we should see Calvin Broad out in just a moment, car 171. So we wait for sight of the Ford TA Mistral 1340cc machine. That should be the next car up the hill. So on the start line now it is car 171, Calvin Broad in the Ford TA Mistral. Did a 40.89 on his second time run. What can he manage now? Here he goes. Looking like he's pushing hard as he comes into Tories out of the hairpin on up the hill then. A little bit of a twitch there, but nothing too major around Pardon. On up he comes through that left and right kink, then in at midway the S's. He obviously is going to lay down the target for everyone that comes behind him as he comes around semicircle and does a 40.05, so he finds over 3/4 of a second improvement on his second time run as William Luffridge comes up to the line. Car 170 did a 39.99 on his first run in this Empire Wraith. Can he better that 40.05? Away he goes. So as I say, he was quicker than the 40.05 on his second time run. Oh, a bit wide there on the left-hander. Managed to keep it on the black stuff just about. Around Tories he goes, and he's pushing hard. And a big lock up there into Pardon, and this is looking like a very untidy run, to be honest. How much time it's costing him, I have no idea, but getting out of shape a lot there, pushing really, really hard as he comes up into the S's. And has he backed off? I think he might have a problem, and he is backed right off by the looks of it, unfortunately, and he is stopping before he gets to the finish line, is he, or is he going to be able to limp it over the finish line? But that's very disappointing for William Luffridge, car 170. Obviously, he is going to get through the finish line, hopefully, and but obviously that is not a representative run by any means. The car looked very twitchy indeed, and maybe it wasn't just over exuberance on the part of the driver. Maybe there was some sort of mechanical issue with it. So he is clear of the hill, and hopefully we can continue the runs without any delay. We'll wait and see. And the third car for this runoff coming up to the line. And this should be John Chalmers, I believe. Well, just waiting for William Luffridge to clear the return road because of the problems that he was having there before the next car runs. So we are good to go, I'm pleased to say, and we wait for John Chalmers to come up to the line. And up then comes car 172. John Chalmers then in the Rolt F302. Marshall's just getting him lined up perfectly on the start. And we are all set then for our third run. 40.05 the time to beat then so far from Kelvin Broad. What can John Chalmers do? He did a 41.14 in his second time run. Away he goes. Into the Tories. Follows it away up the hill. And out into the S's. And already into semicircle and up to the line. 41.11, he's into second place. Still it's Kelvin Broad at this early stage who leads the way by just a little over a second. So up next, car 173, Pete Tatham in the OMS 28. Goes. Looking rapid up towards the Tories, into the right hand, the hairpin there, and piles it out of there, on up to Pardon. Down a little bit on time at the moment. On he goes up into semicircle up to the line, and a 42.08 puts him in third place. So still it's Kelvin Broad leading the way then at this moment, as onto the line comes 8.63 Terry Davis in the Force TA. And away goes Terry. Into a toes and looking for the right-hander. Pretty cleanly around there, powers it away up towards Pardon. Turns in neatly and out of there, up towards the S's. Pretty good at the moment as he comes around into semicircle. And did he? Oh, I thought he was going to lose it there, and he almost did, and that has undoubtedly cost him time, and that drops him to fourth place with a 42.17. But lucky to hang on to it there at semicircle, really was. 8.49 is Tom Weaver, the next car up in the Empire Evo 2. And a stall there for Tom Weaver, but he hasn't crossed the line. He'll be okay. He'll need his crew probably to come and help him fire back up. Has fired back up without outside assistance, but his crew now looking at something on the side of the car to ensure, and I think it's just stopped again. And I think he's going to have to pull off the line. I don't know if he'll get another chance or not. No, he won't. In fact, I'm afraid that is going to be the end of the day, sadly, for Tom Weaver in the Empire Evo 2. We've also been advised, unfortunately, 870 Zach Zammit has also pulled out. He won't be competing in this runoff because of mechanical problems as well. So bad news for Zach and for Tom Weaver, unfortunately. So So next car coming up to the line now, and this is 180 Ed Burgess in the Gould GR55. In the Gould. Not too many people know this hill better than Ed Burgess. as he comes round the left-hander into a Taurus. Looking very, very neat indeed. A bit of a twitch on the exit, but nothing much at all. Up to Pardon, slight puffy smoke, slight lock up there, but he's fine. He's away from there. Up towards the S's. He's just fractionally off the time set by Calvin Broadlow at the moment by the looks of it. And around semicircle he goes, up to the line. What can he do? It's a 40.50. It's second place for Ed Burgess by just under half a second from Calvin Broad, who hangs on to the lead with just, I think, 4 cars left to go. Next up is Terry Graves in car 176, the Gould DJ 55 XD. Now, what can Terry do? To school with Terry Graves up the wheel. And into the Taurus and powers it away up towards Pardon. All looking pretty clean and neat at the moment. Around out of that left-hander, but suggesting that he's down on time currently. As he comes to the S's, looks his way through there. Around semicircle, what is he going to do? He's coming to the line. Can he do it? No. 40.33, second quickest. Terry Graves. Nobody yet able to get on terms with Calvin Broad, but Terry pinches second place from Ed Burgess. Another cool driver as car 875 Morgan Jenkins comes up to the line in the Pilbeam MP97. It'd be quite fitting to see a good result for Pilbeam this weekend, given the celebrations of the mark that have been going on here. .01 his time in the second run. Missed out on the class by 100th of a second. He can make up for it with a top 12 runoff victory. He's around the Taurus. He's on up to Pardon. At the moment he's down on time as he comes out of the left-hander on up towards the S's. Into that challenging part. That's one of the most challenging parts of this hill. Then up to semicircle, which is definitely a challenging part of the hill. Power down, up to the line. He's done it at 39.42. Morgan Jenkins takes the lead by a little over half a second. So it is then our current leader is Morgan Jenkins in a car 875. 39.42, the first sub-40-second run in this runoff. Now, 2 cars to go. Can they do anything about it? Graham Wynn is the next one up, who was 100th of a second quicker than Morgan Jenkins in the second timed runs. Can he do that again in the Gould GRW 59? And another stall. He fires the car back up. Everyone keeps their fingers crossed. Plows it away, and this time he gets cleanly away off the line. Heads up into the left-hander under the bridge, and this looks quick into the Torres. Out of there very cleanly, on up, slightly left, then into Pardon. Plows it away from there. And green section, intermediate times coming up for him now, which is a good sign as he comes through the S's into semicircle. It's all looking very promising for Graham Wynn as he comes to the finish line, and he's done a 38.67. He takes the lead by about 0.8 of a second. So it's now Graham Wynn who leads this one with just one car left to run, but that one car is 8.71. Alex Coles in the Force TA Mistral, and if anyone can beat that time, it is the man in on the start line now. So the revs up, away he goes. Just a really clean start off the line. Out of there, just a section opposite lot. Sparks flying off the back of the car as he goes in to Pardon and flicks the back end round. And he's getting green sector times. This is looking good for him as he's just a little bit ragged through the S's, but I think he'll be okay. But then it's suddenly we get a red time up, but around the semicircle up to the line, and a 37.75 victory by very nearly a second then for Alex Coles. He takes the second run off of the day. Graham Wynn in second place, Morgan Jenkins third, then Calvin Broad, Terry Groves, Ed Burgess, John Chalmers, Pete Tatham, Terry Davis, William Luffridge, and unfortunately two non-finishers, Zach Samet and Tom Weaver. But that brings the action to a conclusion. I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's been a great day's action. It really has been some terrific hill climbing. I hope you've had a good day despite the occasional shower, shall we say. And we look forward to seeing you back here at Prescott in the very near future. But for now, thanks. Well, in 2 weeks' time, it will be the Vintage Sports Car Club meeting at Prescott. That's not one to be missed, I promise you. But we'll see you again very shortly. Have a safe journey home if you're here with us. Wherever you are, thanks for your interest today. We hope you've enjoyed your day, and a very good evening. Well, a tour d'honour then for Alex Coles. Show him your support and your appreciation for a great day's driving as he heads up the hill one final time.